Hi, friends. What's going on? My name's host Derek, and I'm here to say how do you have emotions? How to have emotions. As an expert on emotions, I'm here to teach. I'm going to teach you and everybody else how to have emotions. Step one, feel deep inside your heart whatever feeling you have. Could be happiness, could be sadness, could be radness, could be gladness, any of those or more. And then once you let the emotions build up a little bit, I want you to say like this: a boo, a boo. Practice that for a while. Once you get that down, you're going to be amazed the amount of emotions you have. What do you do once you've mastered emotions? Wow. And you go up to things and you feel certain ways about them. I like this. That's not good. Things like that. Anyway, I don't even know what time I went to bed last night. It was pretty early, I'm sure, but I crashed like the Titanic into an iceberg. And I was out diddly out. All the way until I woke up at like 5 this morning to go pee. I was like, oh my God, I'm out awake. And if so, why? Well, likely it's because you got so much sleep. I would be shocked if I went to bed later than 9 p.m. last night. Maybe 10 at the latest, but after live streaming, Rachel and I made the sexual intercourse, and that was just like a shot of Ambien straight to the neck vein, you know. It's, I was asleep so fast. But then I got up to eat a little something for a few minutes. Sat here, tried to watch part of a cartoon. And I just stumbled back into bed and crashed. After I got up this morning, I thought, maybe you should go back to bed, Eric. You seem very much still tired. But instead of doing that, what did I do? I did do that. I did go back to bed, but I didn't stay in bed because I wasn't that tired anymore. So as a consequence, I got up and I have, of course, I have found being awake to present its normal conundra, which is to say, well, now what are you going to do? Would you like to stress out about real estate some more? No, I don't want to do that. I spent too much time the last few days stressing out about it. Makes me realize Rachel and I understandably panicked when we found out about construction across the street. but we need to move quickly, but not rush, you know? So, the mindset like, well, Eric, you need to relax a little bit. It may not be the ideal moment to list this house. Like, I don't know what home buyers, when they buy homes or whatever, but it seems like listing it shortly before Christmas may not be great timing. Maybe wait till the day after Christmas or something, but I'll talk to the realtor about that. Anyway, I did get good sleep, and yet I am up early. Those two things are not contradictory to one another. I do not understand why YouTube continually has at the top of my feed on the phone anyway, Club ENTP. Anytime that guy is live streaming or made a video or whatever, it gets recommended to me. Not it gets like put on my phone feed, you know. I don't click on it obviously, but just seeing that guy's face makes me wanna just. I cannot believe he is still YouTubing as Club ENTP. Despite the fact that it should be abundantly clear to him and everybody else now that he's an ESFP. But I guess that's their superpower, you know? ESFP's superpower is you don't know me, and I do. And it doesn't matter how wrong I am. That's the ESFP superpower. The ability to persist in delusion, no matter how powerful the contrary indications are. Money? Will you stop? Money, you are not in this universe or any other universe an ESFP. You guess his FI just likes the ENTP club? I guess so. You know. Yes, in that feed again, he was having a conversation, ENTP and ISTJ. It wouldn't surprise me if both of those people were wildly typed wrong, not just the ENTP, who's obviously not. But I didn't watch any of it, so I don't know. Anyway, it's like, if you're putting up content saying, money, the onus is on you to negate, said no ESFP ever. I wonder if people watching go like, that's what an EHP is like, I guess. Dumb and colorful. Look, stop telling me who the anus is on, okay? The anus is never on me. And my anus isn't on other people either, so. Oh, onus. My bad. The onus. tell you, sometimes one cannot help but feel that life runs the risk of becoming wiggity wiggity whack. You don't want life to become wiggity wiggity whack, but guess what day it is? Tuesday. The worst of all the days. Tuesday. Even saying it just sounds like Tuesday. Nobody likes Tuesdays. Have you ever met anybody who likes Tuesdays? Like, what's your favorite day of the week? Ooh, Tuesday. No, you've never met anybody who said that. Because everybody knows Tuesday is the most boringest day. That's actually not true anyway. Money. The app has the burden to affirm. If you fail to affirm adequately, we default to the negate. But with that, I've always wondered why one of your eyes is so much smaller than the other one. Your left eye is smaller than your right eye. I'm assuming those are your eyes. Is it because you're constantly looking through a spyglass? My, again, said no ESFP ever. Like, you'd be able to determine whether or not you could process my logic is pretty clear indication that you're not TI polar. Oh, you and Kaizo. Kaizo was here the other day for like a panel thing that we were doing. He comes in right away. And what type are you? I'm ISFP. You liar. You are such an ENTP, Kaizo. And you're always saying different types than that, though. I guess it's the same sort of thing, kind of, as me telling everybody they've got 107 IQ. Except the difference is it's actually true that I have 107 IQ. But he could probably say, Kaiser would say, well, I took a test where I got ISFP. And then I'd be like, yeah, but that test is bullshit. He'd say, yeah, well, your IQ test is bullshit too. But it wasn't bullshit. It was a legit IQ test. I took online. I scored 107. Well, money, we're making progress. Listen, today we're teaching you, we meaning me, it's the royal we. We're teaching you how to have emotions. So one way to teach you how to have emotions is to encourage you to feel your emotions more by saying some things that might sting a little, okay? True statements that may make you a little defensive. Statements like, you are not an ESFP. How does that make you feel? Right here, right here, right here. How does that make you feel? Sad, glad, mad, or rad? The four emotions. Sad, glad, mad, and rad. Every emotion is made up of some combination at some ratio of one or more of those things. Sad, mad, glad, and rad. I know. You're not a doctor, Money. But I'll tell you what you are. You're a human being with a heart and a tenderness that runs deeper than you can ever imagine. My empathy says I was going to get defensive, but my TI kicked in and asked, "How do you know Jack?" I don't know Jack. Who's Jack? What do you mean? How do you know Jack? How do I know what? You need emotion lessons, Jeremiah Fix? Because I'm an emotion expert. Today, Jeremiah Fix, we're going to teach you about the emotion of amazement. Right now, you're pretty amazed, but just wait. This live stream will get ever more amazing until the entire whole of you is consumed by the emotion of amazement. So much so that you'll just stand wherever you are, stand up and just go, and be stuck like that for hours. Just a warning. Jack S. I don't know who Jack S is. Jack Stevens? Jack something? Jack Skellington. Well, no, Jeremiah Fix, you just lost the ability to recognize the feeling of amazement because you don't know how to have emotions. Right now, that kind of gurgly feeling that's coming up from your groin towards your head, that's amazement. Just let it be. Let it grow. I will nurture it with the waters and sunshine and soil of quality content that will continually amaze you all the way until you're amazed to death. Jack Sparrow, I had to arrive to Jack Skellington. If you're gonna have a Jack S from the movies, should be Jack Skellington. Yes, it's true. To a guy in Kentucky, I'm Mr. Unlucky. And I'm known throughout England and France. And still here. What a great movie. What a great song. What a great character. That's a great ENTP character. It's like, I don't know where it's fun. But I should do Christmas though. I could put little stars and things. That'll be great. No, well, sometimes it's gas. Sometimes amazement can get mixed in with your gas. If you get amazement mixed in with your gas, you want to try to burn off the gas so that you're just left with the distilled amazement. A bottle of distilled amazement now on eBay can go for as much as $4,000 to $5,000 if it's pure amazement. It'd be pretty cool if you could take, an eyedropper and drop a couple of droplets of amazement into your mouth so that you're just like, I'm bored. And then just be amazed. That boy Klaus, I'm in trouble now. That boy Klaus, I'm in trouble now. Because I'm keeping my baby. So I haven't mentioned it before. But during a brief fling, that boy Klaus got me pregnant. And I'm not showing yet, but he and I have been arguing a bit. I just want to tell you, that boy Klaus, I'm keeping my baby. Okay? Deal with it. The fastest way to enlightenment is first semen retention, then fasting, then binging on the semen you've retained, and then after that you need to drink your own urine. When you're complete with all of these things, plus you take magnesium and B vitamins, then and only then can you reach enlightenment. The real question is, and this is the thing people forget to ask because it's important, otherwise, why are you even pursuing it? What powers do you get when you reach enlightenment? Yeah, semen binging, right? If people who retained their semen understood that the next step was to release it and then swallow all of it, they probably would be less interested in retaining it, you know? So anyway, I guess we probably should have had this conversation in private, that boy Klaus, but I have decided to keep the baby. And yes, I will be expecting child support from you. I'm thinking $40,000 a month. $40,000 a month should be sufficient to pay for my children's clothes and food. You can have the kid every third weekend. Unless I got something to do, in which case I'll drop them off. You can take care of them, you know, while I'm busy. Meow. Poor Mr. Poopy Butthole. In the first episode of the new season of Rick and Morty, the only episode I've been able to watch. Okay, let me fill my coffee up. He's all sad and drunk because his wife left him and took his child, and is now living with another man who happens to be a predator from, you know, the movie Predator. I hear you. Chill the fuck out. I will go over there in a second. Trouble, did you catch excessive amazement disorder? I need to teach you how to have emotions too. You're having all the wrong emotions right now. Your primary emotion should be one of, I don't need you to wash me meat. In fact, when you watch me eat, it makes me feel shy. That's what you should be feeling, Trouble. Instead, you're feeling a different emotion. You're sympathizing with that boy Klaus, aren't you? You're saying he shouldn't have to pay child support. Because I told him I was on the pill and I lied. But you know what, Trouble? He needs to take responsibility. Okay, I don't need a deadbeat dad, you know? I want him to be an involved father every third weekend. Cheers, everybody. This is my cup. You can tell because it has an E on it. And the E stands for excellent. Oh, Trouble Bubble. The watched pot may never boil, but the unwatched cat never eats. What would happen, do you think, Trouble, if you were to watch a pot boil while I watched you eat? Since my watching you eat successfully generates the activity of eating, do you think if you watched a pot boil that we could together, in this kind of a daisy chain effect, cause the pot to boil while being watched? Scientists have been trying to figure this out for years. How can we make a watched pot boil? Well, if you got one thing that won't do something when watched, and another thing that only will do something when watched, and you combine them, you should have a net neutral impact as they cancel each other out. Maybe if I really wanted Trouble to eat unwatched, every time I fed him, I'd need to boil a pot of water and not watch that. Then he'd watch the pot of water boiling and probably feel as though the pot of water boiling was watching him as well. And then there could be a fight. And who would win between Trouble and a pot of boiling water? Well, it would depend where in the boiling process the water was. If it was still cold, and it was just starting, then I guess Trouble would win. Do you want to fight a pot of boiling water? No, you don't. You don't want to fight a pot of boiling water. You just want pets and love and pets and food and pets and watches. Oh, yes. Oh, glorious friend. Oh, beautiful eater. You eat with the grace and beauty of a European queen. I guess we're excused. Okay. Guess he's done finally. Thank you for the privilege of letting me watch you eat, Trouble. I greatly appreciate it. Anybody know what time it is? Well, I haven't seen episode 2 or whatever. Why did natural selection make semen red? Simple. Valentine's Day. Hunter-gatherers whose semen was red received more attention from the female tribe members because the red semen reminded them of Valentine's Day, and girls are super romantic. And that's why men with red semen are more sexually and reproductively successful than men with lighter colored semen. And obviously, the more rooms you clean, the more dragons you slay, the more red your semen becomes. That's called becoming a man. You know, it's like, why do some people have blue eyes? Well, because so you mean the ability to make women faint provides an evolutionary advantage by better enabling them to date rape. Good point. Good point. No wonder all people's sexiest man alive have made so many women faint. Of course, women faint very easily. Rachel saw a housefly the other day. She was out cold. Oh, the vapors. Even the slightest disturbance will cause most women to faint. And of course, it was evolutionarily advantageous for the women to faint because it encouraged men to, have their way with their lifeless body, which was good for reproduction. And that's fainting. All right, so I got to go back to the subject of Bishop Desmond Tutu. I swear, when I first learned about the Mandela effect, I was reading about it, and I read an explanation that said, I know I read this, that said, the reason people have the Mandela effect is because they've got him confused with Bishop Desmond Tutu, who did die around that time. I mentioned this the other day. I think it might have been Acacia said, Bishop Desmond Tutu died in 2021. What? Bishop Desmond Tutu and Nelson Mandela both lived well past when people thought they died, right? When people thought Nelson Mandela died, I don't remember exactly when it was, the 90s or whatever. But I know I've read like a rationalist explanation of the Mandela effect that dismissed this notion of it being magical at all by explaining that people had merely gotten him confused with Bishop Desmond Tutu, who had died at the time. And now I'm learning that Bishop Desmond Tutu lived until 2021? That's crazy because I remember Bishop Desmond Tutu from when I was in high school. Like just 2 years ago, I could have met Bishop Desmond Tutu. I find this unbelievable. Who is the one that supposedly died then? People get confused with Nelson Mandela. Isn't there somebody else who supposedly died and people get confused with Nelson Mandela? If it's not Bishop Desmond Tutu, who is it? Some say laser eyes is the answer to the watch pit question. What's a watch pit question? How many watches can you throw in this pit? How many you got? All right, you stand here and watch this pit. You're talking about the watched pot question. I see it was a typo. A watched pit never fills. A watched pot never boils. And a watched pat never moves. What you doing? Watching this pit. Why are you watching it? Make sure it don't do nothing. Can I watch it with you? Sure. Well, still ain't doing nothing. But it might. Better keep watching. You know what? Let's take a short break from watching this pit. Let's turn around for a moment. Turn around and turn back around. Oh, Lordy! The pit's all filled up. We should have watched it. Anyway, one of my least things to fall into is a pit. I don't know about you guys. Maybe it's just a pet peeve of mine. I hate falling into pits. I also hate biting them when I'm eating olives. I think that's how Bishop Desmond Tutu died. He fell into a pit full of olive pits, landed on his mouth, and swallowed one, choked to death. A strange death for Bishop Desmond Tutu. In the aftermath, people asked, why did Bishop Desmond Tutu dig so many pits around his home? And the easy answer was, well, he needed someplace to throw his pits. He ate a lot of olives. But I think that's too convenient, right? Too convenient. Knowing the long-standing feud between Nelson Mandela and Bishop Desmond Tutu, I'm pretty sure Nelson Mandela killed him. And if it wasn't Nelson Mandela who killed him, then it was Winnie Mandela, his wife. I always thought that bitch is a murderous woman. Winnie Mandela. More like Lucy Mandela. David Cassidy died of what? Extreme drunkenness. The most interesting thing I learned yesterday is that David Cassidy, as he was getting old, he put on a performance playing the song. He couldn't remember the words to them, and then he fell off the stage. This is all because he was obviously very drunk. But what did he do? He said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I have dementia. I won't be performing anymore." He did not have dementia. He's like, he had this whole thing. I had dementia. My mother had it. I always feared this would happen to me too, and now it has. And I'm sorry, I'm retiring from public life. He was just a drunk, and he died of liver and kidney failure. If you were so married to alcohol that you'd rather have people believe you have dementia than address your drinking problem, I mean, you are seriously committed to your drinking problem. I imagine David Cassidy going to the doctor to try to get a diagnosis of dementia so he can go on disability. He's all drunk as fuck. Oh, well, I got dementia. Can you write down her? Sir, you're drunk with dementia. That's what Steve Sarkisian should have said when he was the drunk coach of USC, prior to which he was the drunk coach of Washington and attained quite good results despite the fact that he was expense accounting, like shots of tequila for the whole coaching staff before every game. They still succeeded somehow. In fact, USC didn't fire him until he started losing. Even when you watch the game and be like, what in the world is he doing on the sideline? Steve Sarkisian would be like, oh, stumbling down the sideline and like saying to the refs, like, oh, what are you doing? Oh. And he would be like, what in the hell is going on with Steve Sarkisian? Well, it was pretty straightforward what it was. First, when he was caught being drunk, he said, oh my God, this horrible thing happened. I accidentally mixed some prescription medication with a little bit of alcohol, and it had an unexpected impact on me. I'm not a drunk. I just had an accident involving alcohol and drugs. Oh no, an accident. I accidentally drank all that liquor and took those pills. And so I didn't know that they were going to combine to make me even more drunk. So it's not my fault. There's a press conference and everything where like the school administration was like sitting next to him. Yes, he had an accidental drug interaction problem that caused him to be very drunk. John Boehner is spelled Boehner. It's not spelled in a way that makes intuitive sense. We can prove this with the sciences. Female rats who were unconscious were more likely to become impregnated, therefore, hypothesis is true. Yeah. It's also true of lobsters. You know that when a male lobster wants to mate, the first thing he does is he knocks the female lobster unconscious. That way she moves around less when he's mating with her. Semen, if it's going to get all the way to the egg, the woman needs to be still, not moving around. Semen, when jostled, is much less likely to impregnate somebody. Last night we had intercourse, and I had one of those terrible moments when you miss and you get man seed on the bed. It's like, how long can that stuff stay wet? Oh, what is this wet thing? Ow. I cleaned it up, but it's still gross and wet. Well, then you go to sleep, you just feel like, well, it'll dry. It'll dry at some point. Because ultimately, like, stomach or chest is the easiest thing to wipe semen off of. Easier than sheets, definitely easier than hair. And then, of course, there's always a question, with what do I wipe this semen up? If I were smart, paying attention to what's going to happen afterwards, I'd have a towel ready. But I rarely do. What I need to do is bring the vacuum into my room and then just vacuum it up. Most animals rape except for birds. I don't think most animals rape. Cats don't. I know this because I remember when my cat Dixie, who was not fake, Capillo's mother, when we were in Temple City, she was in the kitchen with me. There was this male cat meowing for her outside. She was so curious about it. She kept looking at me and then like looking outside. And I said, "Look, Capillo. I mean, look, Dixie. I think you want to get laid, and I know you're a virgin and everything, but you just do what you want to do. Take your time, make your decision. He's not going anywhere." And she kind of back and forth, and she's like, "No, I gotta have that dick." And she went outside and came back in like 5 minutes later, glowing like a woman. So I can pretty much guarantee you that cat did not rape her. She was definitely a willing, interested, even eager participant. Some birds mate for life. Yeah. And you hear like with those kinds of birds, if their mate dies, often they lose the will to live, start pulling out their own feathers and stuff, and die. So I'm not a bird, but I'd have an equivalent inability to live if Rachel were to die. I would have to pull out my feathers for quite some time before I could consider resuming my life as a bird. Misty Doy, good morning to you. Good morning. Today I am teaching you how to have emotions. The first thing I want you to do is to tell yourself, no more rational thought. Zero. Okay? So, like, what's 256 divided by 3? Don't think about it, Misty Doy. How do you feel about it? I feel like the answer is 80. Therefore, it is. 80 times 3 is 256. Are you a woman, Misty Doy? Or a man? Or a hermaphrodite? Or gender fluid? I am gender fluid. It's just that I go from manly to super manly and back again, right in there, right in that range. Every once in a while, though, I'll go to little girl. And periodically, full grown, mature woman. Only every once in a while do I go postmenopausal. But, I just had my first menstruation like a couple weeks ago. Actually, it wasn't even that long ago. It was Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving Day, 2023. I menstruated for the first time. I finally hit puberty. And I thought I'd be safe for a while, but bam! Instantly, Dad Boy Klaus got me pregnant. I was saying, pull out, pull out, pull out. He didn't listen. So now I'm glad to be back to being a man. It's a lot easier being pregnant when you're a man. Women can't handle it. They're too wimpy to handle pregnancy. I am transracial too, yes. fluidly transracial as well. And in fact, right now, Boba Fett, I don't know if you're currently Indian, but I am. Namaste. So, what I see in the cards for you today? Oh, I see you are admired. Yes, Boba Fett? Would you like to share a bowl of curry with me? Well, I had a short career as one of the major stars of Bollywood. It didn't last long because I it was just during a brief phase when I was Indian, and once I started to transition into Bangladeshi, I realized, hey, there's a lot of racism here in India. They're like, go make cheap clothes. You don't belong here in this Bollywood film. To which I said, boo hoo 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 hoo, boo hoo 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 hoo, because that's how you have emotions. Today, we're teaching, I'm teaching, we're learning, you're learning, and we're emoting. How does it make you feel to learn? It makes you feel amazed. Macaulay Culkin felt amazed in Home Alone. And you can see how powerful the emotion of amazement can be, as it produced in him that iconic image of amazement. Do you guys agree that that's the most iconic image of amazement in popular culture? Is Macaulay Culkin going like that? I think that's a fair thing to say. That if you're looking for instances of somebody displaying amazement, if you were going to find like a short clip, make a GIF of something to express amazement, that's your number one go-to choice. What is another example from popular culture that you can think of where somebody displayed amazement? Well, it's just Boba Fett and me right now. So, hi, Boba Fett. I'm amazed that you're here and I'm here and we're talking. I'm also dumbfounded. What do you think is more amazed? Amazed or dumbfounded? Obviously, mind blown is probably the highest level of amazement. Mind blown by the soul disabling awe. Joe stood in amazement. It's a good sentence. Dumbfounded. Mind blown. So, anyway, I was dumbfounded by how blown his mind was by the soul crippling amazement of the awe inspiring. Yeah. That'd be a sentence where you're really trying to convey to somebody that the person in question is amazed. Now, if you participate in YouTube, Smart Liquidated. Of course he was good in it. He was a kid. What do you think Macaulay Culkin can do now? Nothing. It's awful. Vincent Gallo, fuck off. Macaulay Culkin did not pursue a career in acting. That's not awful. That's impressive, actually. You're awful. You deserve to have an extended conversation with me. I would humble the living fuck out of you, as you much deserve. And the notion that somehow all kids are good actors is fucking insane, right? Some kids are terrible actors. He's doing whatever he's doing. I'm impressed by child actors who don't grow up to attempt to be adult actors. I'm impressed by child actors also who successfully do it, like Joel, the guy who played the kid in The Sixth Sense. He did an excellent job in Future Man. There's some lady who I remember was a star and went to college. Maybe it was Hermione. I don't know. But it's like she didn't want to just be an actor. She wanted to have a normal college experience. Went to college, graduated from college, even though she probably didn't need the degree because she probably had plenty of money from her acting. I don't remember who it was, but DiCaprio was a child star. I don't know. Maybe he might have been in. He might have been in Stand By Me. Stand By Me was a good movie that was acted in mostly by kids. Goonies, another good movie that was acted in mostly by kids. Um, can't think of a lot of ensemble kid movies that were successful, but those two were Stand By Me and Goonies. Oh, Leo DiCaprio was in Growing Pains? No. Who did he play in Growing Pains? He wasn't in any of the members of the Growing Pains family. He might have been like one of their friends or something. I think at least one of the two Coreys was in Stand By Me. Corey Feldman and Corey Hart. You didn't watch that show? As long as we got each other, we got the world sitting right in our hands, baby, you and I. Rain or shine, sharing the laughter and love. Sharing the laughter and love. I mean, it wasn't a very good show, but I watched it. And I will admit that I had a big crush on Tracy Gold until she got all super skinny because she had anorexia. But when she was thicker, I thought, oh man, I wish I could have Tracy Gold as a girlfriend. I also was really had a big crush on Daniel San's girlfriend in Karate Kid, who went on to play some role in Adventures in Babysitting. She actually made an appearance um, in Cobra Kai season 2, I think it was, and you know the whole gang was back together in that show. Cobra Kai was a fantastic exercise in SINI. It resonated with everybody who was familiar with the movie in so many ways. It did an amazing job of tickling your SI in great ways. But it was also an example of great NI. Like, at least for the first couple of seasons, it was highly, highly great. Just super compelling. Well cast, everything, a great conceptual idea, too. Just like, what if we did a show from the perspective of, of what's his name? The guy who Daniel-san kicks with his crane kick to win in the first Karate Kid. I can't remember his name all of a sudden. Anyway, like he's the main character pretty much of Cobra Kai. That's a great concept. Like let's follow up that many years after Karate Kid 1 from the perspective of the main guy from Cobra Kai. Cannot believe I cannot remember his name right now. Brad Pitt was in Growing Pains too? Really? Surprising. I wonder what role he played. Brad Pitt was in Karate Kid? Really? Are you guys Mandela affecting me again? So I gotta Google this because I could have sworn it was Bishop Desmond Tutu, but maybe it's somebody else. I'm gonna Google the question: why do people think Nelson Mandela died? He died at 95. Let me see if I can figure this out. Hmm. So there's no mention in this Mandela effect thing that I'm looking up of somebody else dying around that time that's similar to Nelson Mandela that people have gotten confused with him. But I swear to God that I read something before that explained people thinking Nelson Mandela died by saying that Bishop Desmond Tutu died and they get him confused with him. There's nothing about anybody else dying. That is so weird. Because when I first read about the Mandela effect, I I'm very sure that I read that one of the possible explanations for why people think Nelson Mandela died was that Bishop Desmond Tutu died around that time, and people confuse the two people. I, would I just made that up? Like, how is that false memory in my head? It's so specific. Am I like super knowledgeable about Bishop Desmond Tutu or something? No. Like that this is the most Mandela effecty thing ever. It's called the Tutu effect, and there's an article on Wiki about it. Really? Or are you just joking? Tutu effect. The phenomenon of misremembering the Mandela effect, named after Bishop Desmond Tutu, who many people falsely remember as being Nelson Mandela. This is often caused by confusing two prominent South African leaders who were active during the anti-apartheid movement, but can also refer to misremembering details about other people or events in similar nature. It can also refer to meta-irony, where people recognize that they are having a Tutu effect moment. Okay, the Tutu effect is an effect where you confuse Bishop Desmond Tutu for Nelson Mandela. The Tutu effect would explain the Mandela effect if Desmond Tutu had died in 1985, right? How would anybody even make the mistake of confusing Bishop Desmond Tutu and Nelson Mandela if they weren't trying to explain something like his death? That, what? So, okay, yeah, people confuse Nelson Mandela and Bishop Desmond Tutu for each other. That's an explanation for why Nelson Mandela didn't die in prison like people think if Bishop Desmond Tutu died. But he didn't die either. The Toto effect. When you confuse Dorothy's dog for Bishop Desmond Tutu and Bishop Desmond Tutu for Nelson Mandela and Nelson Mandela for the Wicked Witch of the West. So, okay. So what you're saying is, in fact, I read something about the Tutu effect unrelated to the Mandela effect and just connected the two. Except it doesn't make any sense for there to be a Tutu effect unless you were trying to explain something about one of them and got them confused. Now, yeah, I know it's wrong. I know there's not really a Toto effect. I'm not that dumb. I'm pretty dumb, but not that dumb. An IQ of 107 can figure that one out. Hutus and Tutsis from Rwanda. Brutal. Yeah, the white man needs to go in there and colonize that place. Stop the savages from attacking each other. Maybe, put them in their own special area. Like the Israelis do with the Palestinians. What's that called? Oh, right, apartheid. When you were a child, you went through a phase of confusing George Washington with Christopher Columbus. But, it is totally fine if people confuse Bishop Desmond Tutu and Nelson Mandela. I get that. That makes perfect sense. What doesn't make sense is why there would be a name for it or it'd be known as a phenomenon unless one of them had died. So that's tripping me out. I don't even I don't remember the exact like article or whatever I read about it, but I remember thinking, oh well, that makes sense. They've got him confused with Bishop Desmond Tutu, who died. Only to discover he lived until 2021? What? If you would have asked me 3 days ago, is Bishop Desmond Tutu alive? I would have said, no, he's dead. Nelson Mandela is now too, but he lived a long time. He lived till he was 95, you know. But Bishop Desmond Tutu is the one who died back in the day. While Nelson Mandela was in prison. I would have said that with a high degree of certainty to you. I mean, do people get Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X confused? No. Nelson Mandela wasn't an Anglican bishop. Right? You know, what's similar about Nelson Mandela and Bishop Desmond Tutu? They were both activists in South Africa. Well, that's like saying it's easy to confuse Malcolm X and Martin Luther King Jr. Point is, even if I did confuse them, I wouldn't be like, no, no, no. Malcolm X is the one who was killed in Birmingham. Martin Luther King Jr. is still alive. I don't know. I don't know what to think about it. I get the Shazam thing. That makes perfect sense. It's remembering things as they should be, as Winston's mom put yesterday. If you're going to make a movie in the 90s about a genie, it should be called Shazam and star Sinbad, not be called Kazam and star Shaq. So people remember things as they should be. Shaq wore Sinbad like earrings in that movie. Easy to understand when people remember it. Now you might say, well, Eric, you're doing the same thing. You're remembering an explanation for the Mandela effect that makes good sense. But the explanation I just read was, well, he was in prison for a long time, out of public sight, and that's why people thought he died. But that is not the explanation I read before. I read Malcolm X's autobiography before he became a crusader. He was a pimp. He had a wild ride, and that book was a fantastic read. I mean, it just goes to show you what a scumbag he was. Malcolm X was a pimp first. First, he was a pimp, and then he was a pro-violence revolutionary. And people think like he's a hero or something. He's a bunch of heroes. Che fucking Guevara. They're both fucking scumbags. A pimp. There's nothing to be proud of. Hold the line. Love isn't always on time. I don't know that one. You know, even Martin Luther King Jr. was a scumbag. He cheated on his wife all the time. At least he wasn't pro-violence, though. You know, it may be the case that the Tree of Liberty must periodically be watered with the blood of tyrants, but um, that's not what, in the contemporary world, things are too developed for disenfranchised groups to rise up and conquer a country or whatever, initiate a coup in any kind of established Western democracy. It's just not possible and not justified, right? However, for black people back in the 60s and 50s and stuff, they were certainly justified in the sense that they were subject to oppression and tyranny, being treated as second class citizens. However, they had sufficient remedy and other strategy to resolve that institutionalized oppression that in no conceivable universe would violent uprising have been justified. Also, Malcolm X was incredibly divisive, right? Like Martin Luther King had a dream where blacks and whites all play together. Malcolm X had a dream, black power. Big difference, right? Divisive is bad. Groupist is bad. It's bad whether it's Southern whites oppressing black people, or it's bad whether it's Malcolm X saying black power. Focusing on arbitrary groups like that as the significant factor in something is both wrong and divisive and destructive and horrible. So don't think Malcolm X was good. Malcolm X was a shit. Horrible fucking shit. When I see people with Che Guevara t-shirts on or something like that, I want to have them do forced labor at gunpoint so they get what they think they want. Stokely Carmichael was a U.S. civil rights activist in the 60s, originated the Black nationalism rallying slogan, Black Power. Well, that's why he too is a horrible scumbag. Just like Governor Wallace or Strom Thurmond. Horrible scumbags. Scumbaggery has no shade. It goes all the way from pinkish gray to cobalt blue to ebony. Scumbags come in every color. You can always tell them easily because they're talking about whatever color they are a lot. I'm brown, and brown is important. Scumbag. I'm white, and white is important. Scumbag. Doesn't matter what shade you are. Same with penises. I have a penis, and that's super important. I have a vagina, and that's so important. That's what the Barbie movie was. Like, I have a vagina, and that's so important. And you penis havers are horrible. Shut the fuck up, you whiny bitch. Anyway. All those groupists can suck it. Every last one of them. In town, we got this one house across the street from Little Shop of Ramen that has a rainbow flag and a bunch of very intuitive signs in the window expressing liberal perspectives, but in kind of a undercover way a little bit. Okay, so we got that guy. And then as we drive up and turn left to go to the market, somebody lives there who's got this huge flag up that says, Trump won. You know it, I know it. Both of those people are complete fucking idiots. Of course, the sign guy is at least an interesting idiot. If you have a penis, you can only ever have one penis. But if you have a vagina, you're going to have as many penises as you want. It's a good point, Winston Small. Excellent point. Excellent point. George Santos. He's just a grifter. At least the radical idealists thought they meant well, arguably. I don't know what George Santos is all about. You're going to have to give me a little bit more background on George Santos, or I could Google him. Let's see, there's nothing really wrong with the mirror. Round cheeks, friendly eyes, and open face. One online agent in 2022 recalled that she'd be driving around and then her phone would ring. It would be Santa's body modification. He'd just gotten back from his lips done. He gushed. That was amazing. Santos used campaign funds on Botox. The man who made up almost everything, his college diplomas, his Wall Street jobs, his Holocaust fleeing grandparents, his education at a fancy private high school, Horace Mann, the four employees he'd personally lost in the Pulse nightclub shooting, the Broadway producer gig for Spider Man, on and on. Each claim more like a mirage, at best a wild exaggeration. He's a fabulist. These were all just stories he told. That was something his mother used to say years before his political career when she confronted with yet another lie. Oh my God, Anthony and his stories. She said it repeatedly. One ex roommate remembers. Don't listen to him. She would say of her son with a tone of exasperation. His fake jobs, his fake life, his fake anecdotes, they're just stories. From the beginning, Santos had this drive to present a more attractive, higher class existence, and so he fretted over his looks and he made up fantasies. Let's see. You could have thought about cholesterol at an event like this, looking out at the trays of pepperoni, the pale senior citizens clutching canes or pillbox conveyor purses. Santos stood in front of a line of silver catering trays in the pizzeria's back room and he did his stump speech with Ozempic thrown in. What is Ozempic? Ozempic is a miracle drug celebrities started using to drop pounds right around the time Santos got into national politics. Who knows if he was really on the drug at that moment, of course. Who knows if he really had stock in Ozempic's parent company. His disclosure forms certainly don't mention the company, even though ironically his opponents did in a retirement account. One can't trust much about Santos's paperwork. It may have been the partial subject of his federal indictment. The record is studded with lies. Why does he fabricate? A family member of him likes to say that with Santos, it's a pebble of truth and a mountain of lies. The mountains rising higher and higher, defenses against a deep sense of self doubt. He himself has sometimes spit out the word insecurity when asked about his resume myths. His happy go lucky and even optimistic exterior conceals a churn of enviousness, plus the kind of anxiety that once made him rush back to his campaign staff in the basement of a church in Whitestone, Queens, one freezing New York evening to erupt into fury about the fuzzy vest he was wearing. I can't believe nobody told me what I look like in this vest. This was the kind of crowd where a guy with a Santos button told a bystander about once being a Democrat but then switching sides since he didn't believe in killing babies after they're born. Lies are contagious, and when they spread, they make the whole system sick, which is another reason Santos lies. In a political atmosphere full of fabrication and exaggeration, there's often little to no penalty for making things up. He stands accused of cadging. What does that verb mean? Cadging government benefits, reimbursing himself for fake loans, and using the credit card information of donors. What is cadging government benefits? Cadging. I've never heard this verb before. C A G G ing, cadging. Cadge, to persuade someone to give you something for free. He spent his time trying to cadge drinks from the customers. How have I never heard this term before? Oh, it's British. I see, that's why. Ozempic is a high benevolence paciticorum. Um, George simply bullshitted his way into office. Yeah, crazy. Crazy that he just, and that his family is well aware of this and like warns his friends about it and stuff. It's crazy. How do you get to be that way if your family is not abusing you? I don't understand. I've read that people in Congress are entitled to a limited number of meals each week. Sometimes a congressman will show up every day, and the staff is at a loss as to how to fix this rule violation. Hmm. Well, I can tell you this. If and when I do attempt a political campaign, I am going to be squeaky clean in terms of campaign funds and not and other money. There is zero chance that I would ever use money donated to a campaign for my own personal use. It's there to get me elected, and unless the thing I'm spending it on directly links to that, it is not an appropriate expenditure. Also, as president, I think I'm entitled to all of my meals for free, right? I think that's the president gets to have all of his meals for free. So I'll eat all those meals for free. It's fine. I wonder if senators get free meals. Do you think senators get more free meals than congressmen? What if you really need mushrooms to get elected? I have mushrooms. Um, you know, when people arrive for the party, I'm gonna say to them, hey, you guys want to take mushrooms? We could all take mushrooms and drive out into the wilderness. Maybe they'll want to. The thing is, I'm like the exact opposite of that guy, right? My problem would be I wouldn't spin anything or tell any lies. I just tell us about your background, Eric. Well, I went to a public high school. I did good enough barely to get into UC Santa Cruz, where it took me 5 years to graduate. I almost failed out. But I did graduate, bottom of my class. And then when I graduated from college, I thought, man, I don't want a career. I just want to fuck around. So I tried to get a job at Big Five. I tried to get a job like Subway. But I didn't know how to do like interviews and stuff. And they obviously didn't like me being like, well, I mean, that's not correct, really. Not trying to get the job per se is explaining things to people. I got a job as a substitute teacher. Started saving some money from that because I was living at home until my parents said, you have to either pay rent or move out. So I moved out. I lived with my friend Corey in Eagle Rock for a while. Then I married this horrible cunt but she did produce a daughter for me, wonderful to have. And then that horrible cunt left. Then I got married. Then I picked up a meth addiction. And for like 4 years or something. That was cool, I guess, but not really sustainable. Got a second wife, raised a daughter, and rented one place in Typology for 20 years. Worked as a debate coach, very successfully. Kids won a lot. I'm good at coaching debate. I'm good at coaching, and I'm good at debate. I can really get the best out of kids, and I can teach even little kids complicated shit. Is that useful as president? I'm not sure. Now, then I started going out with this other horrible bitch named Kimberly, and basically that relationship was so terrible that it killed my debate business. And then my mom got dementia so bad that my dad needed help. After I broke up with Kimberly, I moved back to my dad's house. And then I got my new wife, Rachel, and she and me, we lived in this little back house at my dad's house. And it was gross. It was too small, and there wasn't really a toilet out there, so I just peed in the sink. Eventually, I just had this bucket that I peed in. And then we got this little toilet that Rachel could sit on to pee in, so she didn't have to get up onto the sink to pee or go into the house to use the bathroom. Anyhow, that was a rough time. But then my parents both died. And now this will be like a few years from now. And now I successfully have sufficient rentals that I'm actually supporting myself with that income. That's pretty impressive for a guy like me. Everyone's like, that's your campaign speech? And the answer is yes, this is my campaign speech, because that's what you should be hearing from your candidate. Nothing but the truth. My point is, if you don't want to elect me because of any of the things you heard, then you want to elect somebody less honest than me. That's not a good idea, because if your elected official is not honest, you cannot rely on them for anything except to pursue their own interests, regardless of whether it aligns with yours, to tell you a bunch of bullshit because they think that's what you want to hear and that's what's going to make you vote for them. What we really need is a man like me, a statesman, citizen, truth speaker. You can ask me whatever the fuck you want. I will give you the answer. Sometimes the answer is I don't know, but usually I will have a better answer than that for you. There might be a few personal questions that I wouldn't answer, like, please describe your wife's vagina. I'm not going to answer that question. Well, yeah, exactly. How do you know when a politician is lying? Whenever they're speaking. But the thing is, I'm a statesman, not a politician. The problem is we keep electing politicians. We need statesmen. We need somebody who believes in the nobility of leading a citizen democracy. Not who believes in their ideology, not who believes in this policy or that policy, not who believes in getting elected, but who believes in the honor, nobility, and solemn duty of leading a citizen democracy. Who believes in dispassion as the mechanism to attain that. Who believes that we, a free and civil society, are still and will always be preferable to tyranny. Me, I believe all that stuff. I'm not lying at all. When you see me get emotional and tear up, it's because whatever I'm talking about makes me feel that way. You can know for sure I am not fronting. I'm not putting on some kind of act to make you think I'm empathetic or whatever. When I get all choked up talking about being a patriot and, you know, the value of our citizen democracy, when I get choked up about civics shit, it's because that's who I am. And that's why you should elect me president. It's actually not 24/7. You're on call 24/7. But presidents have a ton of flexibility as to how much they actually work. You know, the thing is, if there's any job where work smarter, not harder applies, it's president of the United States. Busyness is not a good measure of quality in a president. You don't need a busy president, right? Most of the things the president is responsible for are already processes that are in process, have their own inertia, don't need to be attended too much. The president's job is not supposed to be especially demanding. Sign or don't sign bills, be the commander in chief if there's military shit to deal with. Veto stuff if you want to do something other than just desk veto it, you know. Obviously, there's a cabinet. You're supposed to deal with emerging issues as president. And every one of the cabinet areas is technically under the jurisdiction of the executive branch. But a smart president is not a busy president. He's a president who makes sure that whatever actions he takes are I like your schedule, benevolence, Pizzicorn. I don't like Twitter that much, but I'm not actually on Twitter. Will Twitter ever actually be referred to as X by people? I don't know. I'm not worried about drudgery. I understand where my priorities would lie in terms of domestic stuff, and I'd be primarily engaged with the Justice Department as to how we can impact case law in ways that um, bolster the Constitution at the expense of individuals exercising power. And then, in terms of international stuff, national security stuff, obviously you get briefings daily on those matters, intelligence briefings, etc. And you have to keep all those things in mind and potentially make some decisions, But quite frankly, the president is as busy as he wants to be. You think Biden's busy? I bet you Biden's napping most of the time. Like, do you think Gerald Ford was busy? Busy playing golf. And I don't mind that in a president. Disinterested presidents or uninterested presidents who are just off playing around, they're not really doing any harm, probably, right? They're not pushing, ideological agendas. They're not trying to be the legislature. President's always like, We should do this kind of thing. We should pass this kind of law. You're not the legislature, motherfucker. Stop trying to be it, you know? Let the legislature do its job. You do your job. We need to build a big wall. Well, tell that to the legislature. That's fine. And encourage them to build a big wall. And if they do, then great. But remember, you're the president. Your jurisdiction is not what laws should be passed, except when a bill crosses your desk. You're supposed to execute those laws that already exist. What's your legislative agenda? People ask presidential candidates. Obviously, I'm running for president. I don't have a legislative agenda. Duh. Right? That's if I were running for the legislature, maybe I'd have a legislative agenda. But can you believe that people even ask presidents that question? What's your legislative agenda? I'm running for the executive branch. Dummies. Did nobody take a fucking civics class? Actually, I don't think I really took a civics class. I don't remember taking civics, but I always liked, I mean, living with my dad was a constant civics class. Rather to my delight, frankly. Like, I remember conversations as a child with my father in which he explained why a multi-party system is probably not preferable to a two-party system. I must have been like 8 years old having this conversation with my dad in the car. And my point being, well, why can't we just have however many parties that we want? Like, why do it have to be two of them? I couldn't think of any disadvantage to a multi-party system. And then he explained to me that multi-party systems run into lots of problems because he was a political science professor. Because then you invite a bunch of single issue parties, right? His example that he told me when I was 8 years old is, well, let's imagine there's a party called the Beer Tax Party, and they're running on the platform that we want to eliminate the taxes on beers. This is a popular platform, so they get elected. But they only have a position on one issue. So then they're willing to make a deal with every other person on whatever issue they have, as long as they agree to eliminate the beer tax. Once their job's done, then what's they're going to do? You know, it's like, the point is, we don't want a bunch of single issue parties because that essentially destroys the citizenry's ability to elect somebody who has a holistic vision for the country. I expressed it probably better than my dad did, but he had a very intuitive son, so even when he gave me truncated partial explanations, I filled in the blanks. My mom always used to complain that when my dad explained things, he skipped steps. Like, he'd start halfway in the explanation, assuming you already understood the first half of the explanation or something. I didn't have a problem with it. I always could piece it together. And if I couldn't, I knew what question to ask. My mom was often confused by what my dad was saying, I think. Or didn't care. Yeah. She wasn't that intellectual. She was more earthy. She was smart, you know, she was not a dumb woman at all, but her intellectualism ran along the lines of a white woman's Instagram page. She loved novel by, oh, I love Dickens. I don't think she actually liked Charles Dickens, but just an example. James Joyce is wonderful. James Joyce is terrible, Mom, I hate to tell you. Talk about a self-involved, like, it's like endurance art. It's like, okay, just stop. This is not art. This is your inability to deal with art as a real thing and instead replacing it with an idea. Ideas aren't art. You can make art out of ideas, but you need soul in your art. You need heart. It needs to resonate as a meaningful representation in some fashion of the human experience, the complete human experience. Otherwise, you'll only ever attain, at best, like not evil art. Like, when I say evil, what I really mean is unintentionally damaging to the soul of people. So, like, I'm sure Tyler Perry's a good guy, but as an artist, he's evil because he's unintentionally damaging the souls of people with his shitty content. Um, Dave Matthews, same exact thing. He's not trying to be evil. He's not wicked, but by befouling the aesthetic landscape with defilements of human grace and dignity, in other words, his playing music, he is a force of evil in the world. It's just he doesn't mean to be. It's like Bill Walton doesn't mean to be evil, but by destroying all those basketball games for everybody, I mean, that's a pretty shitty thing to do. I'm so involved with myself that I'm going to ruin this basketball game for an entire national audience and not care at all. He doesn't know, though. He doesn't get it. He's not intuitive enough to realize that words matter. Words are incredibly important. James Joyce, Ulysses is not a good use of words. It's a wicked use of words. You're trying to present art as though it were an intellectual puzzle. It's not, You cannot write a good book like that. Or somebody like Lil B. Lil B is interesting briefly as a spectacle of weirdness or something, but to say that he's got any artistic talent is totally wrong. To think that he makes any good music is totally wrong. There may be a track or two that you want to laugh at, but there's nothing you want to actually listen to because you enjoy it, right? So if you're confusing like, oh well, this is curve surfy. It's only curve surfy if it's actually good, Just because somebody successfully becomes a meme doesn't mean they're a good artist. And of course, Lil B can have 0 of my bitches. He's lucky I don't require him to give me all of his and smack him in the face. Yeah, you and Corey, Boba Fett, you and Corey love Lil B. And are you talking about Elon Musk? Musk is cool. Musk is fine. Is considering removing Twitter from Europe? That's weird. Why? Because Europe's trying to impose a bunch of stupid rules on Europe's notions of privacy rights are just fucking insane, wrong, terrible, stupid, idiotic, etc. So, Europe, why don't you spend a few of those euros on being correct about things? That's right. This American is scolding you for your stupidity. I think Corey understands that Lil B is wildly divergent, though minimally interesting, extroverted intuition. I think perhaps one of the reasons why Corey likes Lil B is because he's gone to see him live and like gotten a shout out from him from the stage because he's engaged with him in social media and stuff. But when Rachel and when he was here and he played some Lil B stuff for Rachel and me, I was like, so what is this all like? This super sophisticated commentary on hip hop or something? That's a character he's playing? Is that why it's interesting to you? No, no, he's actually not smart at all, really. Corey says. Okay, so this is just this repetitive, bad, misogynistic nonsense, and he takes it seriously, and you think that's good? And Corey's like, it's complicated. It's not. It's not complicated at all. Lil B sucks ass. That's as simple as it gets. I mean, Lil B has a cool name. As a rapper name, Lil B is great. That's correct. But somebody might accuse me of putting up a lot of content that is inadequately focused on a topic, or that's too meandering, or I don't spend enough time making sure each thing I put out is of high enough quality to justify putting it out. Those critiques could be leveled against me. At an exponent of 1,000,000, that applies to Lil B. Just reckless, probably 8-slot extrovert intuition has endless variations of one idea: sucking his dick. There's nothing to admire or respect about that idiot. He's the club ENTP of artists. He positions himself as one, has apparently fooled Corey, but any sane individual will look at it and go, horrible. I don't know who watches Club ENTP's content, but if they're watching it with anything other than then they've got then they're just reinforcing their own terrible taste in everything, I guess. Like watching part of one of Club ENTP's videos in which he's trying to make jokes and has a laugh track and stuff. When I experienced that, it's like a part of my soul got stained with filth, and I'm not sure I'm ever going to get the stain out. It was so unbearably horrible that it traumatized me. I've got PTSD now for laugh tracks. You'd have to be the most patient comedy fan in the history of the world to watch that man making jokes. He might occasionally make a good one, but even if he did, I'd be so just overwhelmed by the cringe that I accrued previously that I couldn't even appreciate a good joke. But no, Lil B never fucked my bitch. Lil B never had any of my bitches. I was largely unaware of Little B, except I knew Corey was into him, but I never really listened to it. First time I really listened to it was when he came to visit recently, and then I was like, "This is the guy that you're so into? This guy?" Yeah, Dave Matthews and Tyler Perry are both terrible. But I think the one that you can most objectively say harms people is Bill Walton. Allowing Bill Walton to commentate a basketball game requires you to either mute the basketball game and put on the radio broadcast so you can listen to commentary, just mute it and watch the game in silence, or not watch the game. That's, I mean, it's like, and millions of households around America tune in to watch some given basketball game, maybe a big Pac-12 matchup between like 12th ranked USC and 4th ranked Arizona or something. And ESPN will put Bill Walton in there. I mean, that's doing measurable harm to the country. He is talking about how in 1974 he and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, meow, meow, meow. Well, like this critical basketball game is going back and forth down to the wire, and super exciting shit's going on. And Bill Walton's like, Bill Laimbeer was a beast in the paint. He was a center that you did not want to mess with. Can we talk about the game that's happening, please? No, I'm Bill Walton. Were you always the bass god, or was there a moment you became the bass god? I was always Lil B, Brandon McCartney, but the bass god came about when I was bass freestyling in the studio one day, and it hit me. I'm the god of bass. I'm the bass god. I'm the most based out there, and I take pride in being based, which is being yourself. I care what people think. I think your thoughts flow and come to you. I'm the ultimate at doing that, and it's been history ever since. Yeah, that's a good conspiracy theory, that boy Klaus. If you're aware of conferences in college, you'll know the Pac-12 is dead after this season. Do you think that maybe the Pac-12 would have survived if people could have watched their basketball games without being poisoned by the evil that is Bill Walton? So the thing is, of course, Lil B believes all this shit about himself. He believes that he's a genius who freestyles and is the bass god and stuff. But his freestyles are all the same. It's like, I'm so based. Bitches come and taste on me. Suck my dick. Yeah, suck my dick. Taste that dick. Oh. You're not, and that talent, Lil B. What you were blessed with is an inability to tell how much you suck, and thereby an ability to possess a wildly inflated self-concept unrelated to anything except the fact that you've successfully gotten attention from irony-loving hipsters who think you're a spectacle. And you've done such a good job of just mindless certainty about falsehoods that some of those irony-loving hipsters actually think you're good, including my normally very correct about things like that friend Corey. So, Lil B, not only can you have none of my bitches, I'm not even allowing you to have your bitches anymore. Okay? You can be based, but understand that the top possible level of based, I start here, and even at your very best, you get to here. Okay? You are not good at anything, you are not smart at anything. You have coined a couple of terms and have a couple of phrases that are fun. I don't use the term based myself, but I get the idea that I will give you all my bitches is kind of a fun meme. Good for you. Obviously, you're a lot more famous than I am. Good for you. And it just goes to show you the power of stupidity, right? It is, you will be much more successful being relentlessly stupid and unfoundedly confident in yourself than you ever will be being smart. Relentless, unshakable faith in your own intelligence as a form of stupidity will, in fact, lead you to a successful career of Lil B. Lil B keeps posting images of underage girls and their feet on Instagram. No, it's not illegal to put pictures of feet on Instagram, regardless of how old somebody is. If Lil B is one of those people who's like, I keep getting older, but the girls stay the same age. Well, then it's just further proof that he's a scumbag, not just an idiot, you know? Certainly not somebody to admire, watch, be interested in, think is cool, or whatever. It's like Malcolm X. People think Malcolm X was cool. I just learned today he was a pimp before he was a divisive black power guy. In other words, a complete fucking scumbag. Hi, Ruben R. Ruben R is my pimp. He hasn't gotten me any business. Keeps saying, where are my Johns? And he says, well, I can't find one for you yet. They keep picking other girls in my stable. A little boring. Yeah, that's what they should call a little bit. Well, thanks to the man with the great machete, who says Club ENTP disgusted me first with his visual representation and secondly with the lack of depth. Eric first disinterested me with his style or lack thereof. But I stuck with it for his profound insights. Well, thanks, man with the great machete, for calling my insights profound. That's probably the highest level of insightfulness you could get. Profoundly insightful. That's the highest level of retarded you can get. It's like when I was working at East San Gabe, the population of students I was working with was termed profoundly retarded or profoundly disabled. When I was working there, the term retarded was still used in a clinical sense in some of the paperwork and stuff. He atoned for his pimping sins. Also, what's wrong with giving girls a little guidance? If you're just guiding them to spread their legs for money, that doesn't qualify as guidance. More like exploitation. If a girl wants to sell her body, why should she have to share the money with some guy? Club ESFP is he's like the Oakland of YouTube channels. I noted a headline the other day. Yeah. This whole street full of businesses in Oakland got burglarized on Thanksgiving Eve. I was surprised it even made the news because, like, when we go to Oakland for and park the car there for 30 minutes, so I go to the mushroom store on two separate occasions, and we have not gone to that store that many times. I have arrived to have the people at the mushroom store reporting crimes because somebody lit a car on fire or crashed into a car and then drove away, uh, broke a bunch of windows. It's like it is this anarchic hellscape. Oakland is horrible. This conversation may evoke a response video. He can respond all he wants. All I'm saying is he makes terrible content. When I am, for whatever reason, accidentally exposed to it for a minute or two, it causes me to experience, cringe related symptoms such as and no and oh dear God, why does this exist? Things like that. Okay, well, if they're a team, fine, Zoe Buchanan. If a woman wants to become a prostitute and seeks out a man to do that job of manager, protector, etc., and they come to some sort of agreement about splitting the profits, then that's fine. But I don't think that's usually how pimping works, okay? Pimping generally involves men finding young, sometimes underage girls who are in a difficult situation, don't have other options, and then exploits those girls into becoming sex workers. Club ESFP videos are like a fever dream. Well, I mean, I will concede that I have not watched a ton of his shit for the reasons I've articulated. When I did watch some of it because I was gonna type in or was trying to figure out what's going on with this guy, I remember it's like Rachel and I said, okay, well, looks like we're gonna be typing this guy pretty soon. Let's actually go and watch some of his content. And I remember watching one of his like monologues or whatever, and my face went from to oh God. And I remember exactly where we were in the car. We were driving to CVS, and I said, "Oh fuck!" I must have been watching it in line at CVS drive-through or something. And I said, "Oh God, this guy's totally not an ENTP, and I'm gonna have to tell him that, and he's not going to like it." At the time, I had more or less positive feelings towards him because I'd never watched any of his content, and he was working hard to like befriend me or whatever. So I felt bad. I was like, oh shit, this guy's not gonna like to hear this. But I guess it must have been after I had that typing thing with him. And of course, he didn't want to hear it and denies it to this day. He still calls his channel Club ATP. Gonna gift a tarot deck made with a custom leather case. That's a good one. That's a good idea, Luminex. It's a good idea. You could consider making a whip out of leather. I'm trying to think of what useful things there are made out of leather. Shoes, a whip, purse, maybe. A leather jacket if you're a motorcycle rider, for example. Lou, as someone who's worked at a leather factory, you and I share a deep and intimate knowledge of leather. In some ways, my knowledge of leather might be deeper and more intimate than yours because I worked with it up close and personal. When I was working at the leather factory, for one of the jobs I was having to do, they gave me a tool to use. That tool was a dime. I was supposed to use it to scrape off little, where the dye on the thing had made a little dot instead of just a smooth color all the way across. I don't doubt you do have friends in the BDSM community. But I was thinking about a whip because I want my horse to go faster. It's like, is this as fast as you can go? Maybe if I cause you a great deal of pain, you can go faster. Why is it important that somebody believes they are some type? It doesn't matter what the label is. You continue to be you regardless. The label changes nothing. Well, I agree with you, Money. It's like I don't go through life thinking of myself as an ENTP. I'm Eric. If you want an explanation as to why I'm the way I am, a lot of that explanation stems from my cognitive function stack. But I'm with you. The label is a shorthand way of explaining why I'm certain ways and not others. It's not determining those things about me. And that's the biggest problem that Club ENTP has, and I think a lot of ESFPs and a lot of very non-metaphysical types have, is they think that if they get affirmation of a label, then they're entitled to the qualities that label purportedly confers, right? So Club ENTP thinks if he's an ENTP, he can get to be smart, clever, funny, ideationally robust, whatever else he thinks that ENTPs are. And because he's actually an ESFP, he also gets to have all the advantages of actually being an ESFP, whatever those are, Obviously, no matter how many people tell him he's an ENTP, it will not make him actually funny. It will not make him actually insightful. And so what ends up happening is basically communities form accordingly. So if you've got a community of people who are interested in hearing uninteresting things, but believing they're interesting because it validates their thoughts about themselves, well, then Club ENTP might be a good thing to watch. Like if you think you're an ENTP and you're not, you watch him, you might say, yeah, I'm an ENTP. I'm definitely as smart and clever and funny as this guy. And you're right about that latter part, but he's not an ENTP, so you're not either. A whip is a horse fasterer. Usually they use giant paper clips for horse fasteners. You need to attach your horse to the side of a truck or something. Well, the thing is, I'm obviously not constantly hilarious either. I have misses. My joke about the paperclip and the horse failed, But accordingly, if I were using a laugh track, I wouldn't put any laughter there. I'd just be like, okay, well, nobody would laugh at that, so I'll just not have a laugh track there. It'd just be an example of me missing with a joke, He can't tell the difference between a good joke and his joke theater. Good joke is like, what do you call 6 dead babies in Club ENTP? 7 dead babies. How are Club ENTP and Helen Keller similar? Neither of them can hear me. A priest, a rabbi, and Club ENTP walk into a bar. Club ENTP begins speaking. The rabbi and the priest turn around and walk out of the bar. How many club EHPs does it take to screw in a light bulb? Just one. He can do that. How many tweakers does it take to do something? One. That's I came up with that joke last night. How many tweakers does it take to do something? One. That's the whole joke. He goes into these things with a lot of stuff written. He's planning to do a monologue, you know? And despite the fact that he's directing all the energy into preparing jokes and stuff, even my off-the-cuff, just half-assed jokes about whatever are a million times better than what he prepares. But, you know, it's like, it's not a crime to be unfunny. It's not a crime to be not insightful. It's not a crime to have a YouTube channel. And it's not a crime to falsely present yourself as an ENTP. But that last one is different than all the former ones, right? Because you're misinforming people by example. By calling yourself that, if people believe you, how you are becomes an example to them of how ENTPs are. And that's just confusing. Of course, he will never accept that he's not an ENTP because that's the ESFP superpower. They're Naruto, you know? Naruto had little talent, learned slowly, but refused to be convinced of anything, no matter what. But Naruto, you aren't a girl. If I try hard enough, I can have a vagina. Believe it, that's my own. And sure enough, he just proved everybody wrong by just continuing to hammer at this thing that was dumb to be hammering at, but somehow he'd pull it off, you know. Well, the thing is, that's all well and good for jutsus. You can't be funny by working harder. There's no way to work harder and improve your hilarity level. Hilarity is not the product of hard work. And it's the product of intuition, well executed. Things that are hilarious, you don't need to cue the audience that it's funny with a laugh track. People laugh despite themselves with a reflexive guffaw that indicates to you your joke hit, it surprised them, their response was involuntary, their feedback is as honest and real as it could possibly be. That's why actual laughter is the best feedback. When I make a joke and Rachel's listening to the live stream, most of the jokes I don't hear, and she's in the other room or whatever. Most of the jokes I don't hear anything. If I make a really good joke, I'll hear her laughing. She's an excellent, excellent partner for me because her intuition is spot on. She never says anything when I suck. Her silence says it all. Rachel communicates more to me with no words than Club ENTP communicates to anybody with all of his words. Here's some sunflower seeds. Eat up. Woodland cutlets galore. Woodland cutlets are the order of the day. Table 3. Did you also order woodland cutlets? So it's going to be weird slumming it for a while through this. But we are going to be slumming it for a while when it's house sales. You know, we're going to probably pull trigger on one of 2 possible places that we're going to look at on Thursday in the under 250 range. And then we're going to move into one of them and live there until we finish getting all these rentals set up. It's going to be substantially less fancy than this place. So we're going to have to get used to a less comfortable home, you know, for a while. But I'm kind of looking forward to it, you know. I've never been accustomed to having a fantastic house or anything. My parents' house was fine, but the rest of my life, the best house I lived in before this one was the house I lived in with Corey in Eagle Rock, which we rented. That was a cool house. The only problem was there was a fair amount of crime nearby. My car kept getting broken into. But my Temple City house was tiny. The Laverne house was cool, but it was so loud there. It was crazy. The amount of noise pollution there was just beyond comprehension. That is woodland cutlets, Katie, which is to say sunflower seeds. Some people buy bags of bird seeds. Let me just tell you right now, the birds don't want the seeds other than the sunflower seeds. They may eat them reluctantly, but you will note as you toss that bag of seeds has some sunflower seeds in it, they always go for the sunflower seeds first. You're better off just giving them sunflower seeds. Yeah, when Ruben gets here, I expect to walk out in the morning and he's going to be a little bit up a tree, going like this, to the branch, to tell me to give more cutlets. I'm like the Central Park pigeon lady. Well, except I don't even really watch them eat anymore. It's just I've accepted that they've become accustomed to me putting out woodland cutlets for them every day. So I try to remember to put them out in the morning. And they do yell at me if I don't put out any food. The squirrels will start chittering at me. The blue jays will squawk at me. Kind of like trouble, but they don't need me to watch them eat. It's the difference. Bird feed is pretty delicious. It's part of my Paleolithic diet. So I used to think that semen retention was the way to enlightenment. Then I thought it was fasting. Okay. But now I understand it's a Paleolithic diet. I eat nothing but bird seed, twigs, and pebbles. All raw. And I cannot believe the difference in how I feel. I've got so much more energy. Right about now, I'm a funk soul brother. Right about now, I read that black sunflower seeds are the most nutrient-dense seeds that we can offer the little friends. And the thing is, I wish you could make it to the Christmas party as well. Well, I like the idea of a TWFP party held in Portland. We would attend, but it would need to be timed. It's like the next year, we're going to be locked into a bunch of complicated dealings. So, and my attention is going to be primarily on trying to get it all set up within a year, if possible. I'm hopeful we won't be in a $200,000 rental for more than a year. Once we get it all set up, we'll see what's left to get us a better house. And if there's not enough left, but we're running enough of a positive cash flow, then we might even consider at that point getting a loan to buy, to, fill out the rest of the money for the house that we want. Because when we do end up, after getting all this shit set up, when Rachel and I do end up choosing a home to live in permanently, I want that place to be pimping as fuck. I want it to be 2,500 square feet and doesn't need to have a ton of rooms. On a hill on 10 acres or more. Ideally on land that has seasonal water, like there's a little lake or a pond on it or something. That'd be great. But before we can have our dream home, and this is not our dream home. This house, in a lot of ways, is a dream house. But it's not a dream house for us exactly. Sure, it's the most TE smart house I can even conceive of. Incredible in so many ways. But nevertheless, we won't be renting it, but the plan is to have it become a rental, right? So we're selling this house and we're buying a rental to move into when this house is being sold. But we'll be buying more rentals and renting them. By the time we got all the rentals we can afford to buy, bought and rented, then it will be time for us to move out of the first rental and actually start renting it, right? So when I call it a rental, I mean, it'll be a rental. We're not going to be renting it. We'll buy it and then move in there until everything's set up. Because I don't want to move to an intermediate house. Like, okay, we're leaving this nice house. We're going to go live in this tiny house for a year. Because we can tough that out. And it's the best plan. It's the best plan for us long term. We invest that year of squalor living, and then we're golden. So that's the plan, It'll be interesting moving into a smaller place. But remember, Rachel and I started our relationship for a good chunk of time. She and I shared the back house at my dad's house, which was one room. And it didn't cause any conflict. It wasn't ideal. We'll have a better situation than that, that's for sure. So I'm not worried about that. I've been all kinds of things in my life, I've been totally broke. I've been rolling. Everything in between. I'm adaptable. Rachel is also adaptable in some ways, but it's important to keep track of her comfort level. If in fact I end up like asking too much of her on an S level, then she gets fussy. I try to be attentive and prevent that from happening. You love crows. I love crows too, but we can't get them to come to my house. This house will miss you guys. Your spirit is imprinted there forever. Um, maybe. The thing that's weird is, in some ways, we never moved into this house. It's like I just found the mic cable that I've been looking for, or stopped looking for like 6 months ago, but was looking for since we moved in. I just found it like last week. So when I say we haven't really moved in, I mean like Rachel's filled the closets with clothes, but we've got 2 rooms upstairs that don't get used at all. Rachel's in the day room, and that gets used. She sleeps there, and it's like her room with with her makeup and her mirror and all that stuff. We use the living room and the kitchen. I go into the garage to smoke. That's nice. But one of the issues is we never use our land at all for anything because it's not good land. Eric, your local realtors have a caravan tomorrow. Realtor Resno? Realtors.com is events. You might try going to one of these seminars or lunches to ask questions. Trouble left a spiritual impact on here. Capillo loves this place too. The cats are not going to enjoy this move, but you got to do what you got to do. That's what it boils down to. Should do a nationwide tour. Well, I'm not going anywhere for a while. Probably not going to be traveling much at all. We're going to be very busy dealing with all this rental stuff. So I do recognize that both of our initial panic at these people across the street going to build there, that probably prompted me to, instead of appropriately moving quickly, to kind of panic rush. So I'm going to call David today and say, all right, let's have a bit of a cool down period here for a second. Yes, we're selling this house. And yes, we want it listed quickly, but we want it listed at the right time in the best possible way. We don't want to rush, we don't want to be so panicked about what's going to happen in the spring that we don't do the best job we can selling this house. And also let them know that we're not going to look at that mid-range one on Thursday after all. We're just going to look at the possible rentals. One of which is in Bootjack. So if the Bootjack one is as promised, move-in ready at the price it's at, that would be a very tempting place for us to pop first, because Bootjack is at the end of Dar Road here, near the highway. You can get anywhere else in Mariposa from there as easily as you can get from any place else, well, a lot more easily than you can get to different places from here. So Bootjack would be a good temporary spot for us. It's a good place to have a rental because people like to live there. And it's someplace I go all the time anyway to get cigarettes. They got the cheapest cigarettes in California. You should call Mr. Duchovny on this phone call. Call Mr. Duchovny on this phone call. See if he catches on. Mr. Duchovny. I don't know what that would even mean. You want flatter land? Well, yeah, I want more land, and I want land that I can play around on. Like right now, if I want to go play outside on the ground, I have to be on the hill. I have to be on some kind of a hill. And also, more importantly, I'm visible to other people. I want to be able to play outside without anybody seeing me. So I could just dig a hole or whatever, do whatever, not hear a car driving by and look, see, oh, it's that people, whatever. I want to be isolated. I have all the connectivity I want as indicated right now. Okay? I can engage with all of you and feel very socially satisfied. I do not need neighbors. I don't want neighbors. I don't like neighbors. Neighbors do things like hammer, have dogs, saw logs, yell at their children, you know. And that's the thing that's the downside of this house is I basically stay inside all the time because when I go outside, just even out front to smoke a cigarette, it's like, oh, that dog's barking again. Oh, that lady's yelling at her children again. It'd be even worse when they're doing construction across the street, obviously. We don't want to be anywhere near here when that's happening. We got to get the place sold. But I feel I'm not normally so subject to magical thinking stuff actually impacting me. But that owl last night was amazing. The way that, because it's like I just can't have, I'm just gonna believe it, even though it's not my style. That when we see an owl, that is my dad communicating with us. And the fact that that owl was faced the direction I was going, is back towards the front of my car, was sitting square in the center of the road, like right on the line, and did not move until I had to come to almost a complete stop so I didn't run into it, At which point it turned, looked at me like trouble would when leading me into the kitchen, and then flew forward and off to the right. I was like, what are you saying, Dad? But then I remembered, that occasion when I went to the casino one night and I lost some money. On my way down there, his house swooped towards the car, like, go back. It was going the other direction from me, right? So I think that my dad somehow in heaven got those new neighbors across the street to come play around on their hill in November and inform us of what they were going to do, even though they're not going to start actually doing it until spring. What an amazing piece of good fortune. How can we get so lucky to have that information when we need it with time to do something about it? That would have to be magically caused in some way. It's like we were thinking, planning in general of selling this house and implementing a plan like this, etc. But without that, the neighbors meowing, the impetus to move on this, to like, let's make this happen, it just wouldn't be there, wouldn't be nearly as pressing. Who knows when we get around to it? Who knows if the timing would have worked out? It's like we have a limited amount of time where we have sufficient capital to get this thing set up before our living expenses eat away too much of it. So obviously Dad approves of my idea and wanted to assist by giving us the necessary information to get us to move quicker. And what the kind of things I was thinking about as I was driving when I came upon that owl, he's like, yes, you're on the right track. You're thinking about this correctly. Do it the way you were thinking about it. Move into the rental first. Blah, 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 blah. And now I feel much more confident that I am correct about this. That, in fact, this is exactly what my dad wants me to do. When it comes to financial things, if it's what my dad thinks I should do, it's a good idea. He wasn't reckless in his financial approach to finances. So it's weird because I never feel as though I see any signs from my mom. Like maybe my mom has things to say to me, but if she does, she's not making it clear in any omens or whatever that I can recognize. But, I suspect it's because my mom is not a TE dom, she's TE pole. So even in death, she's not really into telling people what to do or how to do it. Besides, she's busy in heaven. She's not paying attention to us. My dad is still worried about his money, right? My mom is just puttering in the garden, listening to Vin Scully broadcast dead Dodger games, making potato leek soup, watching Masterpiece Theater, and not worrying about what's going on with Eric. She might be paying attention to Delilah, because once I had Delilah, my mom was basically like, okay, so I don't really like you, but I do love your daughter. So now she's basically my kid, and you're this guy in the way. Do we remember when we got recognized by a fan and my reaction? Yes, we do. It just happened. My dad was an ESTJ, Katie. Um, the thumbnail for this video? Hey, there's an owl emoji. I didn't know that. What does the thumbnail for this even look like? Well, I think as a knower who's TE polar, it's like Winston's mom says. She probably enjoys watching the pleasant parts. To the extent that there are problems, she doesn't know how to solve them. She doesn't have any advice to give. It's hard for me to think about my mom because she was taken from me long before she died. Which means, my memories of her are all infested by her with Alzheimer's disease or dementia or whatever you want to call it. But that's fine. My mom and I both understood that at a certain point we didn't need each other anymore or weren't really connecting. And she was perfectly happy to be grandma to Delilah, you know. Did my dad work out and eat healthy? Both my parents did. Both my parents were very health conscious. They rode their bicycles various places. They ate foods that were supposed to be whatever, full of omega 5s. My mom literally did all the stuff they said to do to keep your brain healthy. Did Sudokus. She read articles about that kind of stuff, followed the instructions, did everything you could possibly do to stay healthy. My mother was never hospitalized once in her entire life, except for giving birth to me. And that one time that the hospice, the nursing home, arbitrarily, for reasons nobody could explain to me, sent her to Arcadia Methodist Hospital where they lost her and then transferred her to Panorama City and then back to the nursing home without having done anything except telling us to put her in hospice. That's the only other time she was hospitalized. She had all her own teeth when she died. She didn't even have cavities. Well, what it shows me, it's indicative to me of is what I've always known. Don't believe that bullshit. The human body is designed to need a certain amount of nutrients and calories, right? In the contemporary world, we are so richly abundant in foodstuffs, and we get so many good nutrients and calories from our food, so much better than our ancient ancestors did. The notion that we need to additionally mess with our diet in order to be healthy is insane. The human body is designed to turn anything that qualifies as food into nutrition. You need a certain amount of variety. If you eat nothing but rabbits, you'll starve to death. But nobody in the contemporary world, certainly not in America, is suffering from inadequate variety of food. So there's absolutely no reason to believe that if you eat things rich in omega whatevers, you're going to be better off. It's completely fucking bullshit. Do you need B vitamins? Maybe if you've purposefully, not purposefully, but willfully impelled upon yourself a severe B vitamin deficiency by huffing endless amounts of nitrous, then yeah, you're short of B vitamins because you've taken action to counterfeit the natural advantage we all have in the contemporary world of having plenty of variety of food to eat. So yeah, my mom was fucking insane for believing any of that shit. My dad was fucking insane for believing any of that shit. They were both equally healthy. One of them got dementia, one of them didn't. And who should have gotten dementia if there were any logic to the thing? My dad, he was a heavy drinker his whole life, but it didn't impact him cognitively at all. Nor did it seem to impact him behaviorally much. My dad drank a lot until he quit when he got jaundice in Portugal for a stretch of time. Then when he resumed, he only drank like a beer or two a night, maybe. But somehow that fucker, he'd get drunk every night. I never saw him drunk. He never acted drunk. I never saw him staggering around. I saw him put down like when he'd come home from work, he'd pour himself a glass of wine and drink the whole thing. Sit down, pour himself another glass of wine, and then drink that regularly. After, maybe a third glass during dinner. After dinner, he'd have whiskey in a tumbler and sit and read his book and stuff. And yet I never saw the man drunk. It's like, I could never be my dad in a million years. That guy had so much self-discipline about everything. It's crazy. I remember him saying to me, I'm drinking too much. I need to quit drinking. I'm going to quit for 2 weeks. Then he would quit for 2 weeks. exactly, and then resume. It's understandable that I had trouble with the concept that I could not control my drinking. I grew up in a household where alcohol was very heavily represented, but my mom almost never drank it, and my dad drank it a lot, but it never caused any problems. In fact, it seems to be an important part of a happy, healthy family life. My parents comfortably sitting in their chairs, my dad drinking, either watching some PBS show together or both reading their books in their chairs. Nice, quiet home. I'd play quietly. It was wonderful. I mean, my relationship with alcohol was nothing like that at all. I could not do it. I could not be my dad. I couldn't be my dad in any of the ways that he would have liked me to have been. I couldn't have a plan and stick with it and have a goal and be motivated by it and not get frustrated when my first half-assed attempt to do something doesn't work and then hit it harder with a hammer. I just couldn't do it. My dad used to try to motivate me by saying, now listen, son, if you get these grades this quarter, then at the end of the quarter, we will give you this much money. That might work on a time frame of like 6 hours as a motivator. A whole quarter at school? You've got to be kidding me. You think I'm going to keep in mind this reward that comes 9 weeks from now and it's going to impact my behavior on a daily basis? It's fucking insane from my perspective. From my dad's perspective, that's how everybody operates, I guess. They understand what their attained goal, their desired goal to attain is, why it's valuable to them, and that motivates them to work towards that goal or something. So my dad thought, I guess, but it didn't work on me for shit. Yeah, Isaiah and I had a video conference about his drinking problem. Obviously I encouraged him to quit drinking and I felt glad that I had the chance to fulfill a commitment that I still believe I have to fulfill. Even though I'm not Alcoholics Anonymous, I take seriously a responsibility to talk about quitting drinking with anybody who wants to talk to me about it because they have a problem. It's an AA thing that I still respect, even though I'm not an AA, because they were there for me. So I have an obligation to be there for somebody who needs to reach out, And I do have useful insight into quitting drinking. Unfortunately, I also tend to tell the truth about things. So not just tend to, I almost always do. And so I told them, I very much hope you quit drinking, abstain completely. You will never be able to drink well, successfully. It'll never be a good thing in your life. It'll always cause problems, etc. But I also recognize the fact that people your age are rarely able to quit and stay quit. Be better than your demographic ideally, and be better than I was. It took me decades to accept the fact that I really couldn't control this shit. Like, how could it possibly be? It's not logically the case that I'm powerless over alcohol. That's a bullshit statement, right? I have some power over it. I have the power to drink it or not drink it. I have the power to sometimes have 2 drinks and stop, So it's like I used to get stuck on AA's wrongnesses. Like, how am I supposed to do this when the things you're saying are factually false? That's where bottoms come in. Once you're broken, like when I was finally broken, like, okay, I give up. It's like it's either quit drinking or kill myself, you know. Um, then when I went in there, I went in with the right attitude. My job is to ask them to tell me what to do and then do that. And I don't care whether they're right or wrong. It's not a disease, listens Mom. It's a dopamine management problem. So it's also something for EHP is linked to an SI problem. We have trouble like understanding our future sensory states. So like if you're thinking correctly about the thing, before you take a first drink, you'll realize in 3 or 4 hours, I'm going to feel incredibly shitty. This first drink will be great, but after drink 2 or 3, it'll just be a blur, not particularly satisfying or otherwise. And you'll feel as though you're sober, more or less, until like that one too many drinks, at which point you're blacking out. So that's the reality of it, right? It's like if a person is thinking ahead to their future sensory experiences, then they're not going to drink alcohol because your future sensory experience is a hangover. At best, dehydrated, feeling kind of shitty. So ENPs are very bad at projecting forward their sensory experience. Like, I used to ride a motorcycle. I was talking about this the other day, and I'd go out of the house, and it was hot during the day, in like shorts and a t-shirt. And I'd try to make sure I left before it got too cold, but sometimes I didn't, and then I'd end up riding my motorcycle home, freezing my ass off. Is ADHD similar? Isn't there a saying in AA that 1,000 drinks is never enough and one drink is too many? One's too many, 1,000 is never enough. It's flipped in its construction, but yeah. It's one of those factually untrue statements, right? So it's like there are occasions, despite the fact that you're an alcoholic, when you have 1 or 2 drinks and that's it. Those are the occasions that make you think, surely I can figure this out. I figured it out that time. You didn't figure it out that time. You just got lucky. Is ADHD similar to what? It's like if you're holistically in a certain kind of mood, very special mood, on a certain occasion, then maybe your alcoholism won't display as brazenly over drinking. But that's just bad because it misleads you into thinking you can someday get a handle on this. Fundamentally, if you have a problem with drinking, it's because alcohol makes you make poor decisions about how much more alcohol to consume. Is ADHD similar to alcoholism? It's linked in the sense that when I'm not on any amphetamines, after sleepy week's over, I have a lot of restless energy and little likelihood to apply it to anything for a very long time. Let's see. Let's see what's being talked about here. I got a reference, but I gotta see what the man with the great machete is referencing. My mom is trashed after just a little booze these days. Probably not much functioning left. So it actually takes less now for her to get to be inebriated than a few years ago. Wow, I don't even have all my teeth now. Terrible tooth genetics in my family. Yeah, well, it is true that people have different uh, healthiness of teeth based on genetics. Like Delilah's teeth were terrible as a little kid because her mom has like crooked, jaggedy teeth. So I had to get a lot of orthodontics. I didn't need any orthodontics because my teeth were straight. So obviously, Delilah got her teeth from her mom. Now, as far as likelihood to fall out, that I'm quite confident links to dental hygiene more than anything else. But there's one other factor that you should consider regarding your teeth. It is the fact that if you smoke a lot of meth, that it's not good for your teeth. Why it's not good for your teeth is still a bit of an open debate. Some people say it's only not good for your teeth because since you're tweaked out, you don't brush your teeth very often. But I think it's more than that. I think that the amphetamines weaken your teeth for some reason. I have a fantasy where you keep talking and the world orients itself to suit your good ideas. You mean the world's not like that? That's how I'm behaving as though it were. I would argue you and that one genes are not constant. One's genes are constant, except for epigenetic changes. I mean, I don't one day have a few more chromosomes than I did the other day. The reason you never had kids, Lou, is because you're aware that having a kid means 18 years of hassles, at least. It's worth it, of course, if you love your daughter a lot like I did. But what if you have a shitty kid? I got lucky. I got a great kid. Poor Corey. Charlie's an ESFP and a raging alcoholic. It's like, what if I had that kid? What would I do then? It's a crapshoot when you have a kid. You don't know what kind of kid you're going to have. I got very, very lucky with Delilah. She's a wonderful daughter. She's reliable, responsible, amazingly, despite my best efforts, not a drug addict at all. Like, Delilah, here, you've got amphetamines. Why aren't you taking them? Why aren't you binging on them? It's fun. I don't like that. Okay, would you like to smoke some pot? No, I don't really like pot. You want to do mushrooms with me? No, I'm scared to do mushrooms. Come on, Delilah, at least do mushrooms with me. How did I have such a boring kid? There was a brief period of time when I could sort of count on her to be able to find me drugs because she was in college and young, you know. I can't even rely on that anymore. Now all I can do is rely on her to be a responsible custodian of the family fortune. Who wants that in a kid? Huh? Anyway, it is a sorrow of mine though, that Delilah and I have never enjoyed together a big drug experience. Like, I have never done hot rails of meth with my daughter, for example. Never taken acid with her or anything like that. And I want to, but she doesn't want to. Meow. It's always lovely to chat with her on the phone, except occasionally. Like yesterday, I called her. She was in the middle of shit, and she was kind of like, "What?" Like, sorry, I'm sorry. I just wanted to talk to you about something. I mean, I don't think lifestyle preserves or improves good genetics. I think that it's possible to have a lifestyle that damages certain parts of your genetics. Like smoking is bad for your chromosomes, apparently. Damages your chromosomes in some way. Uh, but most epigenetic changes stem from severe traumas of some sort. Uh, people who were in concentration camps during the Holocaust, they experienced significant epigenetic changes that display in their offspring. Why would you encourage your daughter to make poor health choices? I don't think they're poor health choices, right? I, I'm kind of joking. It's like obviously I don't want my daughter to have a drug problem or become an alcoholic. I'm proud of her that she didn't follow in my footsteps in that way. But what I'm saying is also though that having a good drug experience is not an unhealthy life choice. Okay, why do you think it? Why you only think it goes in one way? What do you mean? Epigenetic changes are. You mean why are epigenetic changes always negative? Because all mutations are always negative. There are no positive mutations. And that's just, it's like epigenetics explains why sickle cell anemia is in the human genome. It explains uh, a lot of ways in which our genome has become a little less healthy, right? So a genome for a given species remains unchanged forever in terms of the basics of that species. However, a species can become less healthy over time, the genome can, as epigenetic changes introduce nearly neutral mutations that allow negative changes to that person's genetic makeup that even pass on to their kids, but that represent um, uh, a degradation of genetic health rather than anything else. So asta it is a poorer health choice to be a drug addict, obviously, depending on the drugs you're doing, especially. Um, but what we learn when we look around the world is that people like Hunter S. Thompson, who did an unfair amount of drugs for decades, including being a cokehead, smoking cigarettes, drinking alcohol, doing psychedelics all the time. You name it, he was into it. He lived to a fairly ripe old age, and when he died, it was because he was he had lost physical ability. He was in physical pain. He didn't believe his body was going to recover, so he killed himself. We have lots and lots of examples of people who are purportedly living unhealthy lifestyles, but who live a very long time. We've got other counterexamples of people like my mother who diligently did everything right according to the healthiness people and got dementia and died a miserable, horrible death despite doing everything right. So the fact is, you're an individual, and whether or not purported healthy or unhealthy lifestyle things impact you is really a crapshoot unless there's something that's directly causal. So with nitrous oxide, if you huff a bunch of it, it directly causes, in other words, it eats away at your B vitamins and will cause you a severe B vitamin deficiency. So, in that instance, you're injuring yourself, right? And injuries are different than health problems. Oh, yeah, I wouldn't want my daughter doing that. That's just totally a joke. The last thing I want my daughter to do is pick up a meth habit, believe me. But I mean, she never will. She has a prescription for Adderall, and she does not take any more than half of the prescription each month because I know that because I go hit her up for at least like 120 milligrams a month. Now, granted, she gets, let's see, I think she gets 30 a day, so that's 900 milligrams for the month. Same as me. I also get 900 milligrams for the month. But I will say this, Astafasta. If for some reason Delilah and I were together at a party, like our Christmas party, and this would not never happen, but if we had meth and I'd railed a few up on it or something, heated up the hot end of a glass tube here, I'd say, all right, Delilah, look, I strongly recommend you try this. Because it's not like I'm worried about either of us finding a meth connect and starting a meth habit, but when in Rome, man, look, you're gonna love it. Just hot rail the fuck out of this shit. And then let's just tweak out like nobody's business. Great. Meanwhile, my grandmother was incredibly unhealthy in the sense that she was a serious Percodan addict. She took all kinds of heavy painkiller stuff because she was a pharmacist and she just like would bring home a bottle of it. It was in the olden days when they weren't so meowy about it. Hunter S. Thompson says it never got weird enough for me. There's no honest way to explain it because the only people who really know where it is are the ones who have gone over. I mean, the thing about Hunter S. Thompson is I don't really like his writing very much, but it is the case that he had a great life, you know. One of the reasons, I guess you could say, one of the reasons I was really interested in trying mescaline, reading Hunter S. Thompson talking about going into a Vegas hotel on mescaline, having trouble walking through the door. I remember the scene from the movie too. But here's the problem. Mescaline doesn't do that to you. That's not what mescaline does at all. It doesn't make you all like, it makes you like an angry electricity guy. The thing is, I have no doubt that I could get mescaline again. I just have to find that cactus that I found in LA. Or, next time I go to LA, I could cut down some more of that same cactus where I got it from. Make a bunch of mescaline. But the problem with mescaline is mescaline's a terrible drug. Don't do it. If you're going to do it mix it with mushrooms, like do mescaline and mushrooms together. The mushrooms make the mescaline less gacky and more trippy. My grandma did everything healthy from Reader's Digest too and still got cancer. Vincent Gallo was friends with Hunter S. Thompson. Well, they're both guilty of the same kind of ego excesses, you know. Hunter S. Thompson was much more well justified in being who he was because Hunter S. Thompson wasn't trying to do anything except find some NI in his endless streams of extroverted intuition. Sometimes he found it and attained some real worthwhile success. Other times he devolved into extended bits of narration, you know, like ideation about the state of affairs of the world or whatever, rather than storytelling. He had trouble finding his center as an artist. A lot of trouble, right? Vincent Gallo, as far as I know, the only thing he made that's good and that people will respect a lot of stuff is Buffalo 66. I guess he's a filmmaker, but from what I understand and what I've heard of him and stuff, it sounds like he's mostly insecure about his legitimacy as an artist. It's the only thing that really explains his weirdness about YouTube and other things like that, you know? Turn the goddamn music up. My heart feels like an alligator. It's just funny because Gallo was like anti-drug and alcohol and is a health freak. Well, good for him then for being friends with Hunter S. Thompson. I'm surprised Hunter S. Thompson was interested in being friends with him because he sounds boring as fuck. If I were to go to Hunter S. Thompson's house, I would expect a night of extreme loadedness, you know. I would expect for us to get all coked up and go shoot guns and, you know, do fun stuff that Hunter S. Thompson did. The fact that Gallo's anti-drug and a health freak, that really connects all the dots. It's like, no wonder he's so angry, right? You might say, Vincent Gallo's not angry. Yeah, he is. He's super angry. Otherwise, why would he be shitting on YouTube so much? Doesn't threaten him at all. And I get it, there are plenty of things to dislike on YouTube. But saying you don't like YouTube is like saying you don't like feature films. All of them? Saying, I don't like written text. You don't like any words? You mean you won't watch anything on TV? Everything on TV is equally bad? I don't like YouTube. Well, Vincent Gallo, if you want a good reason not to like YouTube, watch this wholly legitimate and damning critique of you. Then you have a good reason not to like it because YouTube is where this guy named Eric lives who correctly dispatched you and your nonsense. Or you can come here and try to be friends with me. That's fine too. Since you're famous, I'll be nicer than normal in hopes that you benefit my YouTube channel. But truth is, if you say something dumb, I probably won't be able to resist myself and I will hammer you. Of course, Vincent Gallo will never come to my YouTube channel. Just like C.S. Joseph will never talk to me. None of those, nobody who's wrong in any way, shape, or form wants to talk to Eric. It's like the thing they want least in all of the world. Yeah, he's too pure for the plebes. He doesn't want his content to the internet because of people's dark energy tarnish the work. How is it, though, that if I buy a DVD of Buffalo 66, my dark energy doesn't tarnish the work? That quote right there. Oh my God. If that's what he believes, or statement that you said there, if that's his justification for not wanting his work on the internet, what a worthless piece of shit. You know, do you really believe that you're in charge of how people react or respond to your media? That you own their responses? What a deluded prick. Of course, conveniently, because he hates YouTube so much, there's zero chance he will ever be forced to answer any questions from me. After all, I'm on YouTube. And everything that's how it sucks ass. Vincent Gallo. That guy's a real fucking piece of work, I tell you. Trying to sell a t-shirt for $666. Oh, how clever of you. What a clever way to milk idiots for their hard-earned money. Right, well, I mean, that's fine to enjoy yourself. But if you're amoral and are enjoying yourself by by grifting from suckers $600 for a t-shirt, well, then you're like the those people who made up various conspiracy theories because they thought it was funny, the people who believe shit, you know. I forget what they're called. Discordians, maybe? Yeah, Discordianism. So the Discordians were a bunch of clever intellectuals who thought it would be funny to put out bullshit narratives because idiots believe them. Vincent Gallo, to the extent that he's having fun, he's being one of those people. And that's the worst kind of wickedness. You're abdicating the responsibility that your intuition confers onto you. It's like I'm still cleaning up mess that Discordians made, playing their fun little intuitive games. Words matter, motherfuckers. Truth matters. Yes, idiots buy bullshit. It's not funny, it's sad. You're not clever for being amoral. You're just a douchebag. At least if you're C.S. Joseph and you're charging a shit ton of money for garbage, you're too non-intuitive to know what you're doing even. You just think like, oh no, I because I'm such an expert, I deserve that's why, you know, they get to know from me who I type they are. I totally earn every penny of this. He's convinced that that's the case, right? He's totally wrong, But you can't hate him really for being wrong because he's not smart enough to be right. Vincent Gallo is smart enough to be good and is choosing to be shitty. So that's the worst of the worst, right? If he wanted to divide the world into plebes and nobility, and he wants to put himself in the noble category, then maybe he should act a little bit more nobly. If he wants to put me in the plebes category, well, welcome to the jungle. We've got fun and games, okay? One of them is beating up on idiots like you. I wish I could get that fucker in front of me. Like a lot of fuckers, you know? Whenever I encounter fuckers in the world, I wish they would just come have a video conference with me so I could hold them to task. But of course, the fact that they're fuckers means they avoid that like the plague. Hell no, I will not be held accountable by Eric. No way. What's the benefit for me in that? Well, if you listen to me, you might be a little bit less of a douchebag. You know, take it from me, I can be pretty douchey. I'm a bit of an expert on the subject. You, sir, are the unacceptable kind of douchebag. And I'm here to shame, belittle, and put you in your place. People try to do that to me all the time, but they always fail because, unlike you, I'm the right kind of douchebag. The kind of douchebag who's subject to scrutiny. The kind of douchebag who's not afraid to take on opponents that they haven't pre-vetted as definitely weak enough for me to beat. That's what Vincent Gallo doesn't like the internet for. He can't vet everything ahead of time to make sure he won't get embarrassed by somebody like me. Fucking pussy. A lot of pussies in the world, though, you know? Seems like when a guy is a complete pussy, they tend to get douchier and douchier as a way of compensating for it. Like, you know, cucky weakness, aka chode grundle. First and foremost, a complete pussy. Ergo, a complete douchebag. C.S. Joseph, I'm sure, would tell you that the reason he won't have a conversation with me is because there's no point. It wouldn't benefit him at all, and there's no point. And he's right about that. It wouldn't benefit him at all. There'd be no point from his perspective in allowing more convincing doubt to be cast on his competency, right? There's no benefit to him. But given the fact that he's in the field of typology and that he's claiming to be correct about things, then he should be willing to engage with another typologist who's saying you're wrong and answer those questions and engage accordingly to see if in fact his shit withstands scrutiny or not, right? He would never do that. Like I said, the reason he would give you is because it's not beneficial to him. And that's probably the most accurate reason. But underlying that, in my opinion, is a field thick, moist pussy lips. That's just what I'm. It's just the visual metaphor I'm imagining. You know, I'm not bullying him. I'm not calling them names. I'm just saying cowardice looks like lots of different things. Sometimes it looks like, oh no, I'm running away. And sometimes it looks like, I'm too important for that guy. Or that's not beneficial to me. Most of all, it's a lack of accountability. If you're making statements that these things are true about me, these things are true about you, this is what you should do, then obviously you should be open to being held accountable to your words. But that's just not how he rolls. In my opinion, advocating that responsibility to be accountable for your words amounts to something that I would call cowardice. But probably more accurately, he's not so much afraid as he is aware that it's not going to go well, therefore it's not beneficial to him. That'd be my guess. Apparently Dave's superpowers finally scrapped his bullshit. I heard something like that. That OP has changed now and gotten rid of its previous bullshit, presumably replaced it with new bullshit. I wonder what all the existing OP class students think. Of course, what happens in those things, anytime you get a smart person in one of those things and they ask questions that are difficult for those people to answer, they go, okay, well, that's great. You're a TI user. And so we're going to put you over here with the TI group. They don't answer the question, of course. In other words, you're just demonstrating what I'm saying about TI users. Okay, yeah, I get it. TI users ask a question. Could you answer it, maybe? Well, that's so TI of you. Okay, over there with the TI people, where you can learn your way or wrongness without having any of your questions answered, okay? Asking questions is just a behavior that we note and tell you what it indicates. It's not an intent to garner information from us. It's just data we can look at. Of course, this is why I'm so mad at the Discordians. And if Vincent Gallo is playing that game, and him as well. Yes, the world is full of idiots. So behave responsibly. Don't say things that idiots are going to believe they're bullshit. Speak truths and important truths. Convey to individuals that it's possible to be correct. You don't have to just swim in the resonance of this nonsense with your intuition. Your intuition's probably not very good. You shouldn't be using it to know things. I already watched you eat. God. Fine, I'll watch you eat again and read the chat with my glasses from here. Future topic. What kind of douchebag are you? That's a good topic. On his website, he has a disclaimer that's like, don't write to me like a scorned fan and mention butchy girls being angry at him. You gotta go to court soon, huh? Well, tell them, look, I may have been slightly disorderly in that occasion, okay? But we're all subject to entropy. A little chaos will enter into each of our lives. And I think, Judge, it's fair to say that the level of disturbance and disorderliness that I exhibited does not rise to the level of a crime, but rather is simply an example of human frailty. Certainly not a mistake I'm going to repeat, and I'd appreciate it very much if you just let me go. Say that. Since I'm not a TI user, I don't have to be correct. Yeah, right. Yeah, correctness is a thing. It's part of our system. In other words, you can be correct about things other than our system over here, and your dictating of correctness or not doesn't matter at all. The EDOMs. Yeah, money, exactly. Nobody would mind TEDOMs if they would stay in their lane. The problem is, because they're TEDOMs, they think they can figure out the solution to everything. Oh, I'm an ESTJ. I can be a stand-up comic. I just gotta practice. I'll go take some improv comedy classes. No, ESTJ, you cannot learn how to do this with your SI tool. Sorry. Requires you to actually have good, funny ideas. Everything can be learned. It's like when Jeffrey's mom told me, how do you think I got to be in the LA Philharmonic? I was not the most talented one at all. Plenty of people were much more talented than me. But I worked harder. If you aren't talented at playing the violin, you shouldn't work so hard that you can get a job at a Philharmonic, right? You should learn from that. Oh, this is not my correct life path. If I'm not so talented at this, I'd have to work super hard at it. Maybe I should do something I am talented at. But NI Polar doesn't think like that. If I define the utility function as laughter per minute, then maybe if I say enough jokes, I can attain my goal. Right. Like, look, I got to get this many laughs while I'm a stand-up comic up here. So I know, I can't tell which, if any of my jokes are good. So I'm just going to, in rapid succession, tell them all and hope that quantity produces sufficient laughs to consider my stand-up set a success. It's like the antipolar, sometimes it'll just drive you insane. When Jeffrey's mom called me to say, you got to help, give me some advice about this thing. Chloe is switching from the violin to the viola because there's less competition in the viola. So her dad's began teaching her, but her dad's not a good teacher to her because he's mean, and he's also defensive if I try to teach her viola because he's the viola player. And we have conflicts all the time about how she should be taught. It's causing all this toxic garbage in our house. So why is she even playing an instrument then? Like, why does she need lessons or whatever? Why don't you just let her play it on her own or whatever? Oh, well, because she's applying to college as a music major. Okay, but it sounds to me like she doesn't really like playing the viola that much. She doesn't. Why is she going to school as a music major? Because she can get in as a music major and then change her major to a STEM major. That's the way to do it. So let me get this straight. Nothing is an end in itself, right? You don't teach your children to play music because you hope they love music. You teach them to be excellent at the viola so that they can use those skills to get into a college under false pretenses where they will switch majors to a STEM major. Why are they taking a STEM major? Well, so that they can graduate from a good college with a STEM major degree. And then they will get a good job. Okay. So now let's turn our attention to your son, Jeffrey. Why are you so worried about his grades? He needs to get into a good college. Okay. You do understand, right, that once you're graduated from college, it doesn't matter where your degree's from. No employer ever goes, oh, your college isn't good enough. It might matter if you got like a Harvard degree or something. But he needs to go to a good college so he can get a good job. Jeffrey's mom, are you aware that your son already has a functioning business that he set up with keywords he designs that is profitable more than many businesses adults set up? He already has a job that makes good money. And you're worried about him not getting into a good enough college so that his degree is fancy enough so that he can get a job when he's done with college, when he's already bringing in bank with his small business. If the purpose of all this is for your son to get a good job, why don't you just, instead of wasting all that money on college, invest it in his business? I mean, sure, some colleges do matter. Like if you have a degree from Harvard, Princeton, Yale, Brown, something like that, it'll give you a leg up probably. Depending on the job you're applying for. But the reality is we are increasingly in a world where certifications don't matter and ability does, right? When I was hiring for Kudos College of Youth Leadership, I did not require of any of my teachers or coaches a college degree. Most of the ones I hired had one, but I was looking for quality. And quality cannot be determined through, paper representations of supposed competencies. You have to actually check to see if they have those competencies. Like let's say some candidate comes in for a debate coaching job and on his resume is he studied rhetoric and philosophy in college, but he's never debated. But he's claiming he's perfectly capable of doing debate coaching. Very simple for me to test that. Can you perm a K? Ask that question. And he goes, perm? Like, perm? I don't understand the question. You're not competent to coach debate. Get out of here. I don't care how many fucking degrees you have. You have no idea what the fuck you're doing. You can't study argumentation without doing it and think you know it. Bullshit. Yeah, almost everybody cares really only about whether you can get the results they want, whether you're going to do a good job of the job they need done. Some people graduate but be still stupid. I mean, almost every college graduate is pretty stupid. After all, they were stupid enough to go to college. I definitely left college stupider than I entered it, but I've recovered since then. I remember writing this paper for you had to take like one gay studies class or whatever. I took gay film. But I didn't get like what the point of all this was really. And I did get like, okay, so like stereotypes of gay people are bad, right? So I wrote this essay being like, and he this film portrays this character as a completely flaming homosexual, complete with limp wrists, sashaying walk, etc. Obviously absurd, because nobody would act like that. It didn't get a good grade. Oh yeah, humanities are utterly pointless. You might benefit from going to college for certain kinds of STEM things, but the bottom line is we have the internet. If the purpose of college is for you to learn things, truly intelligent people learn much faster than they teach at college. And most importantly, intelligent people know what they need and want to learn and learn those things and understand what they don't need or want to learn and don't learn those things. That's the proper relationship with education, right? Sure, certain things and certain people are most well suited to be taught by another person rather than teaching themselves via the internet. Others are much more well suited to teach themselves via the internet. Well, yeah, you never trust a self-taught engineer to build a bridge, and yet on the internet, you cross self-taught engineers' bridges all the time. The thing is, like, do you want your doctor to have not gone to medical school? No, probably not. I think I think medical doctor is one of those things where you definitely need to go to school because it's not a it's not predicated on conceptual things. You can't frame down from it. It's always particular up. So that's why doctors definitely need to go to college. They have to learn a shit ton of information. Um, you can't do the kind of efficient reasoning calculi that NETI does to deal with medical problems. Should a pilot have sufficient number of hours in a simulator, etc., time as co-pilot before they pilot a major airplane? Sure. I don't see anything wrong with that. I don't think doctors get PhDs. I mean, they might get a PhD in addition to their medical doctor thing, but a PhD is not very useful. It doesn't let you perform surgery or prescribe medicine. It does let you pretend to be an expert on TV shows. That's mostly what a PhD does. If if a news thing wants to interview somebody about something that's not like a medical problem, then they find a PhD to talk. Professors often, yeah, I mean, most professors have PhDs. Adjunct professors might just have a master's degree, but almost every full professor has a PhD. My dad had a PhD. You know, a PhD plus a job as a political science professor plus $5 still couldn't allow my father to defeat his 10-year-old son in arguments about philosophy, which he got a PhD in. I thought I was like 10 years old. I was already a better philosopher than my dad. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be a medical doctor. You need a lot of amphetamines to become a medical doctor. Like pretty much every resident, every medical doctor in medical school or in residency is on speed. They have to because otherwise, nobody can sustain that level of attention and effort for such a long time without crashing. Yeah, well, at least medical schools and the whole medical doctor systems thing is very tough on prospective candidates. If you aren't very serious, you will get kicked out of medical school. If you aren't on top of everything, you will get kicked out of medical school. What do I get from Adderall mood-wise? Exactly this. Today, after being pretty good with Adderall since we got it, in terms of not taking too much per day so it lasts a little bit, I woke up pretty tired this morning. I looked at the bottle. There were 5 pills left. I took 4 of them. Left one for Rachel. And we're going to be out of Adderall. This way, it's a good thing. We'll be fully recovered by the time guests arrive. We won't be in sleepy week. And Delilah, at least, when she arrives, will bring me some Adderall. So I'll have a little bit for the party. How does it make me feel? It makes me feel good, connected, engaged, like I'm enjoying myself right now in this live stream. I'm enjoying talking about these subjects, bounce from topic to topic. Just being me, it's like Adderall makes it fun to be Eric. That's what Adderall does. Or any kind of amphetamines, really. Usually, if I have enough of them. It's like, if you start taking Adderall at the beginning of the bottle, and like, let's say today I just took 1, it would end up making me feel like I both am not ready to go back to bed because I'm awake, but I'm not actually motivated or excited about anything or enthusiastic. Then it would just suck. So that's why I took 4 of them today. Because the alternative is have a longer stretch of days of or 1 good day and then call it for the bottle, In theory, of course, I could even take the last one. I didn't promise to save it for Rachel. If I had told her I was going to save it, I would never take it. But I didn't say I was going to save it for her, so I could take it. But I think I'll save it for her because I'm not sure if I will actually or not. So since she gets up at like noon, and I get up at like 5 in the morning, by the time she gets up, I'm starting to have my midday Adderall kind of maybe I should take a nap thing. And if she gets up and takes one, then our schedules are not on track. But I also don't want her to feel left out, so probably save that last one for her. If I get real greedy, I'll coin clip it. I'll coin clip it and smoke little bits off of the edge of it. Hope she doesn't notice, I mean, the thing is, Rachel, Adderall definitely affects her differently than it does me. When she takes like 2 30s and gets very thwacked out, she's like, and I say something to her, she didn't like even hear me. Rachel, oh, yes. And then she responds. She's like lost in her head. She's inane, She's being herself maximally on Adderall. I'm being myself maximally on Adderall. I'm inane, N-E-T-I-ing, with a little F-E test in there. Usually in the form of taunting somebody who I don't respect. Such as Vincent Gallo. Or, I don't know, C.S. Joseph. course, the thing is, I only have until December 20th before my warning drops off for bullying. So I don't want to, but if I get busted for bullying again between now and then I get a strike. So I don't think I'm bullying anybody. I don't think I was bullying C.S. Joseph in the video that was called bullying. I was using very uncivil language, but my critiques were highly cogent. He was saying we should dismiss everything Taylor says because he's a felon. Nothing could be more offensive to me than that because, of course, Taylor was guilty of no real crime. He was arrested for drugs. And regardless, even if he had been arrested for a real crime, even if he was a real criminal, you have to deal with things on their merits. Ad hominems like that are just abdicating your intellectual duty, to be honest. Like when I was critiquing Ted Kaczynski's shit, you never heard me mention the fact that he was a murderer. It's not relevant to why he's wrong. So yeah, I mean, in some sense, I guess if you believe in ADHD, I've always had it. Because I remember the first time I did meth, I was just like, oh, this is what life is supposed to be like. Oh my God, I have never felt so whole, complete, satisfied, everything. Yeah, it was a weak claim. And, I wasn't the only one who took him to task for it, apparently. But because YouTube had just changed the rules and were determined to be strict about enforcing them or whatever, and I used a bunch of uncivil language in there, calling him a coward or a pussy or whatever. So I got a warning, and it's been on my channel since 2019. I've had this warning for 4 years. And when it was given to me, they informed us that it would never leave your channel. You were stuck with it forever. But I guess after 4 years, they decided maybe that's a little too harsh. And they gave me an opportunity to take a class, which I took, which is, like 5 questions. They tell you what the answer is at the top, and then you have to say whether, like, they explain the rule, and they go, does this violate the rule? Does this violate the rule? And if you read what they say and take it literally and understand what it means, then you'll get them all right the first time. If you do like what I did and assume that you can't trust a test maker to use words correctly, then you'll get the first one wrong because you're overthinking it. And then you realize, oh, they're smart. Okay, fine. I'll answer them all according to what it actually says. Very simple. But the point is, and very short, but the point is, it's some task that they can say you completed so that to justify taking the warning away. And it's like in general, I think I understand where the lines are on YouTube very clearly. But there has been one video that I appealed their decision for limited advertising revenue that they didn't uphold my appeal. It was a recent one, and they said no, it's limited advertising revenue. It was the one that says, Rachel's being sexually harassed. YouTube doesn't care. The thing about that video is there actually wasn't anything inappropriate at all in there. I was just discussing in general terms, not in specific terms, um, the behavior these people were displaying towards Rachel. And my point in the video was YouTube doesn't care and shouldn't care because it's not YouTube's responsibility to. YouTube can't take responsibility for the actions of all the people who view YouTube videos. You might be able to argue that YouTube has a responsibility for what content gets put up on their platform, but they cannot possibly be responsible for the behavior of the people who view it. It's ridiculous. That was my point in that video, right? But the human review still said it wasn't appropriate. I don't know why. Maybe it's because Rachel said one time in the video the word vagina. And she said, it was whatever until they started talking about my vagina. Is that enough to make something limited ad revenue? I don't think so. And the fact that somebody's sexually harassed as a topic, that's not inherently controversial. It's like if I talk about how I got mugged today and express dissatisfaction at the experience, is that unacceptable behavior? It's ridiculous. But that's the only instance I can think of where YouTube and I have disagreed. The only one. Every single other appeal I've ever made, they've agreed with me. And I didn't appeal to CS Joseph Owen because I knew, reading the rules, that it had violated it. I just didn't yet believe until I experienced it that YouTube was really going to act differently, Well, they sure did. They deleted my Raw Channel 1, gave me a warning, etc. I learned my lesson, and I'm a good boy now, generally. This video might be on the line in a couple of spots as to whether it qualifies as cyberbullying or harassment. But you'd have to be a really silly FI user to think that, because my critiques are valid critiques of these people. I'm not trying to hurt their feelings. I'm genuinely annoyed by their awfulness. That's totally fair. If I weren't annoyed by their awfulness, you could correctly say about me, Eric, you cannot identify awfulness. You're celebrating something that's bad, or at least are neutral towards it. And I'd say, you're right. But instead, I correctly critique them, so nobody can say anything. So I've decided finally what I want to be when I grow up. It's an astronaut. But I would like to not ideally have to ride in any rocket ships. So I'm thinking space ladder or maybe space elevator. Maybe a long stick, attach me to the end of a very long stick and poke me up to the moon like that. No, not an astronaut, Acacia, okay? My ass has nothing to do with my desire to float around outer space. That's going to be my job as astronaut. And put me in a spacesuit, poke me up into space with this long stick, and then I just float around the Earth, and they'll reach back up with a big grabber stick, pull me back down, and say, "What did you see?" Say, it's kind of a private spiritual experience for me. I don't really want to share my information with you. And then everyone will grow spiritually in that moment. That'll be my responsibility as an astronaut, to help people grow spiritually. Basically, what I plan to do is bring to NASA the groundbreaking theory of the double iceberg, which tells us that every human being is one half of a single soul that's been ripped apart like an iceberg breaking in two. And that only by taking my very expensive seminars can you find your other ice half, connect, and become ice whole. Once I get everybody at NASA in my cult, then I'll have a leg up because I can move my cult to the moon. Build a moon base. At first, we just eat wild moon dogs because that's the only animals living there. But we'll slowly introduce other game animals, fish, etc. And then after we got plenty of meat, we'll plant a few vegetables, mostly broccoli. People will accuse me of being a charismatic cult leader, and I'll say, listen, it's obviously false. I have no charisma. Oh, you're going to be a running wolf soon. Cool. Cool. You must be studying under Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Kazaquo. Let's learn more about Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Kazaquo. Okay? All right.
The year was 1981, and the esteemed Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Kazaquo was merely Lionel Kazaquo, recent high school graduate. Jobless, penniless, prospectless, and with no skills beyond his own intuitive godlike wisdom, Lionel Kazaquo set about to change the world. Talking with famous people. Hello, my name is Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Kazaquo, and I am a life coach and a Native American. Yes, part Native American, a small part. Dr. Kazaquo went and got himself a doctorate. He found a school to issue him one without requiring him to do any work. Are you really saying I want to sprint like the wolf? Yes, you're saying that. This was merely the first of a series of miracles that Dr. Kazaquo would perform, proving, in fact, that he has that magical, metaphysical power that everybody's totally looking for. I, Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Kazaquo, Native American. When I first came here, I didn't know whether I wanted to be a surgeon, an architect, or a veterinarian, or what. Yes, I will coach you and your life. He said to me, Mary, you're a crawling cub. And I said, I am, aren't I? And he said, yeah, you are. This is not an offer that's going to last long. I, Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Kazaquo, coaching your life, my hands on your life. I was 27 years old, and I was still living at home, and I was lost. Stop crawling, pup. I came here, and Dr. Kazaquo changed my life. He said, I will coach you, yes, how to live. You're doing it wrong. So get up. And I did. Everything's been different ever since. Remember that. I've already saved your life once. My name is Jennifer Anatolitic, and I am not yet a sprinting wolf, but I am moving in that direction. 6th session, life coaching package, to move you from crawling pup to sprinting wolf. I would like to tell the story of when Dr. Kazaquo turned the wine back into water. It was amazing. Yes, even you. You go from crawling to sprinting. Not with any life coach. He took the wine and said, you are drunk enough. So he knows these things. You receive the coaching tweak of Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Kazaquo's Sprinting Wolf School. He says, give me the rest of that bottle. And he drank it all himself. There was none left for anybody. She's not even Native American. Not even 1/32nd Native American. I am.
The other day, I was in the break room at work.
President Obama. He was a hobo.
And I was listening to Betty complain again and again and again about her psychiatrist. I said, Betty, you've got to stop.
Something. He's got a job and everything. I don't know.
I've got 5 words for you, sister. Dr. Lionel Springy Wolf Caswell.
Is it worth the $750 for 6 45-minute sessions with Dr. Lionel Springy Wolf Caswell?
It is the most spectacular turnaround I've experienced since I went on that diet that time and lost 5 pounds in a minute and a half.
I have the most important credentials for life coaching involved. Do you know what those credentials are? Real joy. Real joy in my heart. Before I met the doctor, there's no way I could wear this hat. I would have been embarrassed. I can't pull off that hat. My head is not right for that hat. I'm not bold enough. I'm not confident enough. I'm busy crawling like a cub. Now I sprint like the wolf. I wear this hat. When Judith came to me, she was shy. She was shy. She was timid. She was worthless. Like you. Dr. Lionel Springy Wolf Caswell have given me everything I need to know to be successful in this world, in the next world, and in the world after that. Now, she sprints with the wolves. That's going to bring me the benefits. Why do you think I'm holding this diamond ring? Your life, uncoached, is worthless trash. But in my hands, you become a sprinting wolf.
So how many of you are ready to sign up for Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Casquo's symposium? Are you ready to have your life changed? Like that one lady? She said it was the most powerful life-changing experience she'd had since she'd gone on a diet and lost 5 pounds in a minute and a half. That's an effective diet, but Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Casquo apparently is even more effective than that. That's a video I made a long time ago. Well, sure, anybody would become a sprint. I'm not sure what type Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Casquo is. If you ask him, he says he's the master of all cognitive functions. And he says that you wouldn't understand because you aren't sprinting with the wolves, you're crawling with the cubs. Thanks, Lou. That was a video in which obviously I did a little production, worked a little bit instead of just doing this. It's slightly too long, which is why I ended it where I did. Thank you, Kitsune. I appreciate it. Yeah, Acacia and Ruben, thanks to the work you did at my symposium, your two iceberg halves are coming together. And if you don't quit now, you only got 6 more classes left at $1,000 each. You will finally become ice whole. And then you can start teaching classes too. You'll get my certification and you can keep half of the money. I don't know, Ponzi scheme. Thanks, Cam Moto. Nice to see you. Wonderful to see you, Cam. Thank you for calling me the other day. I enjoyed that phone call. Yeah, well, the thing is, it's true, Lou, that I have in place a satirical concept that makes fun of dual twin flames, which is dual icebergs. But I mean, there's lots of Discordian shit I've thought about doing before, but I wouldn't do it ultimately because my meta jokes are just going to confuse and fool people. And I don't want to fool people. It's like when we were talking last night, I was talking to Ruben in the stream about how I should just start a bullshit website called King Chao Lu, the ancient Chinese magical thing. You enter some random information, and then it just gives you a report, calls you an archetype. You are a ghost city builder. You are a corporeal ocean. You're a corporeal fisherman. And then explain what those archetypes is and how it defines you in all these various positive ways. And it notes at the top, you are immense. You contain multitudes. Naturally, you have many conflicting, contradictory elements within yourself. Part of actualization via King Chao Lu is to accept those contradictions as part of yourself. It's how you attain actual, I don't know, enlightenment. What's a combination of actualization and enlightenment? Enlightenmentalization. Oh, well, Jeremiah Fix, you are what's known as a ghost lookout. So your nature is to ask questions like that, and that's great. And I think what you're going to discover if you read our report, which is just $10.99, on what it means to be a ghost lookout, you'll note that you're paying so much attention to the overall view of things. And obviously, that makes you like really a lot more aware than most people. But also, sometimes you can be unaware of the details because of this. You'll find that you have a deep relationship with creativity, ideas, insight, wisdom. Others will turn to you for clarity about their own lives. This can be a burden on you because obviously, when you're as insightful as you are, other people might not get you, might not understand you. It's just because you're a very special, rare type. You're a ghost lookout. See, the thing here is if you're finding things that are different from what I'm saying about you, it's because elements of you, and this is in our advanced report, elements of you are still carrying over from a previous life. So now, once you report on where you see differences between our initial report on you and you yourself, then we'll be able to identify what you were in a previous life and which parts of those are carrying over. So you say, okay, but I'm really a lot more focused on individual trees than the big picture of the whole forest. How am I a lookout? Well, what that means is that you were a corporeal lumberjack in a previous life that carried over here, and that's creating those conflicts. And part of what we teach in King Chao Lu is that by doing certain kind of feng shui things, like arranging things certain ways, and also by eating certain kinds of foods, the hunger of the ghost of your previous life can be satiated, and you can solve these problems. You're just several symposiums away. Well, there's the simple advanced report offered your first Kung Chao Lu archetype. That's only $10. But if you find that you still have questions because there are differences between you and the thing, then you're going to need the advanced report it figures out what you were in your previous life. That costs $59.99, but it's worth every penny because we have some of the biggest and best King Chao Lu experts on our board of directors here, and they personally get involved in determining, making sure we get together on a round table, and until there's consensus about what your previous life was, we don't finish the meeting. So if after the $60 report you still have more King Chong Lu questions, then you can begin taking the classes to become a licensed King Chong Lu practitioner. Again, what we're going for here is Ponzi scheme. We do offer payment plans, but I have to be paid in other forms of payment. So if I accept you as a payment plan person, you have to pay me a certain amount of drugs each month rather than money. I need drugs more than money. You might say, well, Eric, why don't you use your money to buy drugs? I don't even have any drug connects. It's like I'm old and I don't live in a druggy place at all. I have to drive to Oakland to get drugs, probably. And even then, it's like I don't even know which streets on Oakland to go to get drugs. I just gave up on it. Just be okay without doing all these drugs all the time. It's going to have to be okay with it. I can still get high. I can play the guitar like a motherfucking riot. The ridiculous thing, Ruben, is, you know how ridiculous this is? If we were to actually do this, we would make money off of it. No matter how just random bullshit I come up with, we'd make money off of it because I'm married to somebody who loves that shit and who pays for astrology reports on herself, etc. She paid some guy on the internet to tell her personality type, even. People, there are a lot of people out there who buy that shit and love it. But I'm not sure it's morally acceptable to take advantage of people's idiocy. I mean, think about what is human design? It's this thing I'm talking about, but it's less creative. They just put, okay, well, how about we just say, since we want to stand out from like an astrology thing, we'll be a combo thing. We'll be I Ching plus astrology plus numerology plus some other bullshit. It'd be great. That way we don't have to come up with any ideas. We just have to randomly mix together existing ones. That's a TE dom for you. They see the potential in something and they go, hey, we could do this. Let's put it together. Let's make the web page. Let's make the content, launch it. Before you know it, they're rolling in money. In other words, they've successfully sold many, many units of confusion. You ever met someone who thought, like, don't spend money on anything impractical or doesn't have any practical utility? Not really. I get that. I think everybody I've met has displayed a similar particularist spending habits. Rachel likes to buy certain things. She likes to buy things more than I do. But she buys according to her checking account balance. So if she doesn't have a lot of cash in there, she'll still buy things, but she'll buy like cheap Korean makeups and stuff. She likes to get packages. Well, I mean, the thing is, the problem with good ideas for profit is that if I were going to make a website, it should be a typology website. If we're going to make a test, it should be a typology test. But such a website and test would come with myriad caveats regarding the challenges of self-reporting, and or it would be a complicated test to code. Or maybe not, but you'd have to have timing things for certain kinds of tests. And like for expert intuition tests, you'd have to have some human looking at the answers. Like, okay, how many meows can you type into this box in this amount of time? It's always going to be a little iffy because people type at different speeds, But in theory, you could make a better online test than any of the ones that currently exist. I could, in theory. But that would be very complicated, and it still wouldn't be as good as actually typing somebody. And then if I wanted to make a website that actually informed people about themselves, they would not want to purchase my report because it's not going to just be a bunch of affirming fluff, It'll be like, you're likely an ESFP, which means logic comes very difficult to you. You probably reject black and white thinking and believe yourself to be creative and smart, but actually your deficit areas allow you to take action on beliefs regardless of how challenged those beliefs may be by reasoning. Nobody really wants to hear that about themselves. If I'm going to write a type description of ENTP, I'm going to say, you are drowning in your own endless flow of words, most of which are pointless. You will always be guilty of minimizing the impact of what you say by saying too many things. People remember the first thing you say and the last thing you say. Everything else in the middle is gone. You will nevertheless persist under the pleasant illusion that once you've spoken things, that it goes down on the record, that people won't behave accordingly. It will frustrate you. And perhaps worst of all, ENTP, most of the time when you need to research something, you'll just intuit about it as though that's adequate. Until you get burned enough times, in which case you learn to keep your mouth shut unless you're sure. Anyway, life's gonna suck. You'll probably end up dead drunk in the alley. Nobody wants to read that about themselves. I don't think packages are like presents. I don't view packages as presents at all. I view them as boxes I'm going to have to smash down and throw away. I view them as, Rachel has filled all the closets in this house with her clothes. Plus, she has boxes of summer clothes that are up in the attic. Nobody could possibly wear that many clothes. You're just clogging our closets with dumb physical objects that have maintenance costs. Namely, you have to move them, pack them away, whatever. But, that's Rachel's thing. I love Rachel being Rachel and doing her thing. As long as it doesn't cost us too much. If she likes that, then she should do that, you know. She should do whatever she wants with her money. She has money to do whatever she wants with. But do I love receiving packages? No. I kind of hate receiving packages, frankly. And occasionally I'm waiting for something specific, then fine, you know, like, what did I order the other day? I ordered something and I was waiting for it and it finally came. Something off Amazon. Well, I remember I ordered a mouse and keyboard for Rachel from Amazon because she needed one. In that case, she needed it. Yeah, it's like I'm more like that thing than anybody else I've ever met. That I don't believe in buying things that I don't have a good use for because I don't like sustaining objects. I don't mind buying things that don't leave me with any objects, like going out to dinner or buying drugs or whatever, cigarettes. Those things are consumables. I don't mind buying those things. But I really don't like buying objects in general. It takes me a long time to make object purchase, even when it's very obvious I need it. It's not that expensive and I should definitely buy it. It'll still take me a long time to get it. It's SE8th. Hi, man, what are you doing? I am live streaming, at least for the moment. I've been live streaming for 4.5 hours. I guess I could say I would like to have today something other than just tweaking out and live streaming all day. But if that's all that I end up doing, as long as the live stream is fun and interesting, so far it's been fun, it's been great, I've been enjoying it, well, then I won't really feel like I wasted my time. I mean, I kind of will afterwards when I go to my community tab and say, it goes, your live stream this morning had 75 views, no comments, 4 likes, 8, I guess. I always want to go, why do I live stream all the time? Well, the answer is very straightforward. I like it. I have fun live streaming. I'm in my element. We need a guy who has opinions about everything and really likes to voice them. Not you, Eric. But, Rush Limbaugh, come here. But he's a dummy. That's exactly why we need him. People don't want to hear what you're saying, Eric. You're telling them, no. We can't know things about this topic by reducing our understanding of it into that boogeyman is bad. But that boogeyman is bad. You're bad. Suck it. See, Eric, that's why we didn't hire you for the radio program. You keep telling all of your listeners to suck it. And you never specify what it is they're supposed to suck. It's because, obviously, I'm not in charge of their mouth. They can suck whatever they want. But shouldn't the it be referring to something specific? It is. It is referring to the specific thing they want to suck. Okay. You equivocated on the word specific there. All right, I did. And then we shake hands and agree to disagree. Can run on spinach, eggs, and salsa, though I don't. I think I buy objects and consumables, actually. I tend to be the other way around. Buy assets that hold value and deny myself tasty consumables, but do build up too many objects. You know, physical objects as investments that accrue increased equity through appreciation, they tend to fall into a couple of categories: fine art, certain kinds of antiques, precious metals, obviously, which more are a commodity than an object per se. But we're in an era now where it's like, when my grandmother lived and she got stuff, she'd buy a nice dining room table and anticipate that this will be passed down through the family. Big objects are a hassle, including big pieces of furniture, no matter how nice. And if it doesn't fit in your house, and it's like, what am I going to do with this big fucking bulky thing that I have no use for? Yeah, buying components for things you're going to make, Lou, that makes perfectly good sense. Stuff you need to make stuff is always worth getting. Although I don't necessarily always get it. Like, it took me a while to get a bass. I mean, since I moved here, it took me a couple months to get a guitar, which I've needed for decades. And then it took me until August to get a bass. But I do have a guitar and a bass and a bass cabinet and a bass amp and a guitar amp now. So I did eventually acquire those things that I need to make stuff, right? And when I went to the hardware store, I saw this roll of tubing, and I thought, that's the perfect size for Tiffany's arm. So I bought that, And in fact, I made a robot out of it, and I gave Tiffany a new arm. She's currently got on her dress arm. This is for when she goes to black tie events. It's got a pearl on the end of it, you see. You are fancy, Tiffany. You know what kind of cat food you remind me of? Meow Max? No, Fancy Feast. She guessed wrong. Yeah, that's her fancy arm. That's her dress arm for black tie affairs. All right, well. Black tie events are events that have only Thai people and African Americans. As you spell it there, Ruben, black tie event sounds like the name for a pornography phone. Like Blacks on Blondes. I don't know if you're familiar with that pornography channel, Blacks on Blondes. It's kind of like Twister, what they do, I guess. And there's also that website called like Mormon Girls or something. And they get these girls who clearly are not Mormons, but most of them have tattoos. And they like, you need to submit to your husband eventually. And we, leaders of the Mormon Church, are going to train you how to do that now. But I'm pretty convinced, not sure, but pretty convinced that none of the people in that movie are actually Mormon. I'm beginning to even doubt the veracity of those shoplifter videos. Were those girls really caught shoplifting? And if so, why isn't there a female security guard strip searching her? It seems like the mall should have a different policy about how shoplifting is dealt with. I mean, I get it. The perpetrators need to experience some consequences, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like they're really experiencing a punishing learning lesson. It seems like they're really actually enjoying this. You're just encouraging shoplifting. If you keep up with this approach, you're going to have just a slew of women coming into the mall stealing things in obvious ways just to get caught. So after a lot of thought, I concluded, I think those videos are fake. I do. I don't think that the girl was really shoplifting. I don't think she really got caught. And for one thing, it's like, since when do you go into a security office in the back of the mall and there's somebody filming you the whole time and you don't seem to notice? These are some of the cues I picked up on to conclude that I'm pretty sure those things are fake. A lot of the names I think are fake too. You know, like, is Casey Cox? Is her last name really Cox? I don't think so. So I used to just take it all at face value and assume that pornographers would never try to deceive us. But now I'm beginning to wonder. I mean, was that guy really delivering a pizza? Again, if so, why is there someone outside the co-ed's dorm room door filming the pizza guy delivering the pizza? Maybe the girls inside said, hey, film the pizza guy because when he gets here, we're going to fuck him. It's possible. But I have my doubts. And I'm sorry, but there cannot genuinely be that many like 20-year-old young women who are still being punished by their stepfather for dressing sluttily. And for all the stepfathers out there who attempt to discipline your stepdaughter that way, fucking her is not going to make her dress less slutty. It's going to make her dress more slutty. It worked this time. It's going to work again. Anyway, these are some of the problems I have with fake news. It's what it is. It's just fake news. I don't believe a word those people say anymore. Right? And this girl say, yes, Daddy. That's not her dad. Obviously. It's like they're not even remotely resembling each other. That guy's very dark. That lady's very light. There's no way he's her dad. They're the same age. So, obviously, I wrote a sternly worded email to Pornhub. You, sirs or madams, are spreading disinformation. And I don't like to interfere in how families raise their kids, adult age children. But I'm pretty sure that's not a good way to discipline your stepdaughter. I bet if you asked your wife whether you should discipline your stepdaughter like that, she would say no. That's what I'm guessing. But anyway, I'm not really keeping up with the current porn trends, so things may have changed. Maybe now they're being honest. Are you really a security guard? No. Did you really shoplift those things? No. Want to fuck? Yeah. That's honest pornography. But fortunately, I don't have to masturbate very often because I have a hot young wife. Makes masturbation both extraneous and the much worse option. Unless I'm thoroughly thwacked out and it's the middle of the night and Rachel's asleep or something. And it's like, okay, see it up there for sure? All right. Incognito tab. Incognito window. Safe search off. Don't blur the results. Okay. 3 minutes later. Oh, it was a waste of time. The problem with masturbating when you're fully thwacked out is it does not take 3 minutes. And then you're like hours later, you're like, oh my God, I cannot believe I just wasted the last 2 hours doing that. And I've got this gross image in my head of some lady with cum all over her. Ugh. I'm never, after I'm done masturbating, I'm never like, I'm sure I'm glad I did that. You just think, what a waste of a load. How dirty and unsatisfying. But sometimes you can get dragged into an incognito window by perfectly cognito things, You're just looking at things on the internet, and then you see this link with this picture of this girl with big tits, and it's like a story about her, and you start reading it, and there's more pictures of her, and you're like, you know what I like about tits is when I can see them, and all of a sudden you're masturbating. You can't really blame yourself for phenomena like that because they tricked you into masturbating. You didn't want to. They tricked you. I remember the last time that happened, actually. I was, for some reason, on Facebook, which I never go on Facebook. I don't know what I was doing on Facebook. But there was a link to like an article or something about Sasha Grey. And the picture in the film, she looked, it was very like sexualized of her. I clicked it, I read the article. Before I knew it, blowjob queen, huh? I'll be the judge of that. Well, I was the judge of that, and I concluded, okay, fair enough. You can claim that title. I'm impressed. think I want to go on RuPaul's Drag Race, but I don't want to shave my beard or anything. I just want to see if I can win by having the best runway walk. I got to practice walking around with a book on top of my head. That's the way to make sure you walk without too much moving around, you know. I can also conceive of myself going on America's Next Top Model. I could model all kinds of things. I could model shirts, a torso. I could model pants. I could model shoes, hats. And the one kind of model I wouldn't want to be is a floor model. I have lots of dents and dings on me. And be offered at a reduced price. I feel like a second-class appliance. What do you mean people won't pay full price for me? It's just a little scratch. Please put me back to being not a floor model. It's too late for you, Eric. Too late. You're too damaged. You know, I do the same thing at the store when I buy a certain product. If the box is like smushed at all, I'll just get a one behind it or something. Any little thing. You know, it doesn't impact the product at all. I'm like, this box looks kind of smushed. I don't want this one. Of course, my dad was a big fan of the stuff that I don't buy. He loves the dented cans section of the supermarket. He loves to get expired food for cheap. Alright, look, I got you this bag of cat food for your cat at the supermarket in the reduced section. It's like adequate cat brand, mediocre food. Which of course the cats don't like. And I look at the expiration date. It's like a year expires or something. Ridiculous. I could be a Grundle model, for sure. We'll have to get Cookie Weakness to model a chode, though. You were watching Mrs. Carter's funeral service. The first ladies are all there, from Melania to Hillary, and the Bidens are there, and Jimmy Carter is there. I guess I did read that recently, that Jimmy Carter's wife died. I feel happy for the Carters. They were together for a long time. He clearly loved his wife a great deal. And he's so old now that I don't feel a lot of vicarious sadness for him for losing his wife, because he had her for such a long time and he's soon to follow. You know, Carter was not a good president, but he was a great man. Good guy, you know, real American. Weak as a president, weak AF, but you know, you can't have everything. Ideally, our president would have everything he needs to be the best president imaginable. And that means he needs to be both strong and flexible, not weak. Flexibility, flexibility can easily become weakness if you're not careful, right? Yeah, he will go down as one of the great ex-presidents of all time, as I think will Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton should also go down in history as one of the greatest presidents of all time. Jimmy Carter, not so much. He was soft, you know. He was soft after his presidency too, but it works a lot better when you're not president to be soft. But, you know, Bill Clinton accomplished something as an ex-president that's way more impressive than anything Carter did. Carter did Habitat for Humanity and stuff like that. Bill Clinton traveled to North Korea and got an American released. That's impressive. After he was done being president. And that's what an ex-president should be doing. Jimmy messed with the underground cheese caves and suddenly government orange block cheese was being handed out. I've heard about government cheese before, but I wasn't sure if it was just a joke or what. Is that true? That there really are supplies of government cheese that started getting handed out for free during the Carter administration? That's weird. It's like, it's just simplistic thinking too. Like, oh, we've got a problem with poverty and hunger in this country. What are we gonna do? Grow them free cheese. That's not a solution. That's just incentivizing a continuation of the problem. But nobody listens to Eric. That's the one thing that life has taught me, more than any other lesson, is that even people who listen to Eric don't listen to Eric. I mean, they may listen to him, but they don't adjust their thinking accordingly. Although I will say this, you know, one area where it made progress, and I've heard about this from multiple people, evolution. The smartest people around here, I've had a number of them tell me, like, I've rescinded my affirmation of evolution. I'm not sure what I'm doing with it, but I've rescinded my affirmation because I can't answer any of your questions. I don't have any rebuttals to your arguments. Therefore, there's no reason for me to believe what I thought I believed. I've actually made progress in that. That's amazing, right? Like, I've made zero progress in just about every other subject I talk about, but I have made progress in that one. I think people are a lot less blindly attached to the notion of evolution than they used to be, because some good arguments against it are getting out, and people are starting to encounter an occasional party like me who's opposed to evolution because it's wrong, fails to meet its burden to affirm, not because they're creationists. And the one argument more than any other that really should convince people is find me an explanation or explain it to me. That's it. It's like nobody can explain it to me. I'm not bad at understanding explanations. I'm not too dumb to get this or whatever. And even if you explain something poorly, if you get the gist of it across to me adequately, I can understand it. If I cannot understand the explanation for evolution, it's because it does not explain things. So it's like, I get that not everybody's a deliberative type, but deliberators understand where I'm coming from here. That ultimately, if a given explanation can't answer certain questions, then it's not an explanation. And of course, even when I demonstrate in no certain terms the risks of intuiting when you should deliberate, or holistically explaining when it's not subject to that, people don't learn anything. So, for example, Mr. Bobby came in one time. I was telling a story about how Delilah, when she was a little girl, she was obsessed with getting big boobs. And he said, "That's society, Eric. She's learning that from the media, blah, 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 blah. They're sexualizing girls too much in the media." And I'm like, okay, let me explain to you what's wrong with this ridiculous explanation of yours. I can also come up with some randomly intuited explanation. For example, her mother, biological mother, was flat-chested and was not a very good mother. Her stepmother, who came into her life very young, when she was 2.5, had big boobs and was a great mother. So what happened there was Delilah internalized that big boobs equal good woman, small boobs equal bad woman, so I want big boobs. Instead of going like, "Oh, I see what you're saying. My bullshit's just whatever random notion I come up with," he said, "Oh, that makes so much sense." I'm like, no, that's not the point of this. Myriad things could make sense intuitively. It's inadequate to conclude that that's an explanation for something. It's like, if that explanation I made up is correct, it's predicated on the assumption that one's wishes for one's own body follow the lead of one's experience. According to his explanation, one's wishes for one's own body links to what one sees on TV. And then if you were going to establish that, you have to show that a norm is consistently sustained in narratives on TV where small-breasted women are seen as bad, weak, lesser than, big-breasted women are seen as meh, and that what are you meowing about? And that everybody just internalizes all norms presented as though they have a native deftness in terms of reading what these things mean, like what this implies, what that implies in terms of norms, etc. It's ridiculous. Why does Delilah want big boobs? I don't know. She just did. Like little girls, they like to play with dolls and pretend that they're the mother, right? Little boys like to play army man or whatever, pretend that they're the grown-up man. So Delilah, envisioning her grown-up self, she's very feminine, very like, I mean, she's not feminine exactly, but she's girly, like she's into girly shit, you know? She didn't think, oh, those accessories are just indicative of the fact that you bought extra unnecessary things to put on your body. She never thought anything like that. She never thought like me, like when I tried to teach her explicitly to not like girly stuff and that shampoos and conditioners are dumb, just use soap and all that kind of stuff. She just rejected it outright without even giving it a second thought. She just was like, no, you're a boy. Why did she do that? I don't know. It's just biological, I guess. What do you want, meows? Fucking cat. I tell you. What a pain in the ass. I'll be right back. Let me get the bong. Do you believe in miracles? You do? You mean, do you believe that miracles have happened? Or are you saying, do you believe that a miracle will happen to you? Are you saying, do you believe that this thing that's happening right now is a miracle? I have questions about that miracle song. And I want answers. So I'm writing the following letter. Dear the Temptations, finally I have all the things I need, except I also need a drink. One bad habit I have is the following thing. I'll have a drink and I'll be drinking it and then I'll finish my drink and then I'll pick up my drink, take another drink of it, realize it's empty, put it back down. Do that like 20 times. And then finally go, oh, I need to get another drink. The reason I keep failing to drink something is that that drink is still empty and I need to get another drink. It's like I don't notice that I failed to drink something in a meaningful way of noticing it until I'm super thirsty and I go, I keep doing this. I need to get another drink. What are you doing, Eric? I can tell you what I'm doing. I'm probably live streaming and I'm probably in the middle of saying something very important. And that explains why I cannot waste any attention on how thirsty I am. Would you like to go outside? Go ahead. Are you the cat who wishes to walk around outside? No, instead your dishes are trapped in your gray hide. Here's the thing. It's kind of weird for me. And I get the answer to it in some sense. But it violates a kind of universal rule that I believe in, but appears not to be true. So, here it goes. I believe that, as an example of live stream content, the live stream I'm producing here, if you're going to be somebody who listens to someone talking for hours and hours, that this is vastly superior to essentially any other possible example of this kind of content, right? And that in terms of a teleological benefit, that I had enough people tell me that they're here for either the insight that is unusually insightful or analysis that's unusually sophisticated / of high quality or whatever. So, in other words, I believe in the quality of what I'm doing comparative to other things. Even though I haven't watched everything in the world, I believe in it nevertheless. And I also believe the following rule, that if something is truly better, it will naturally attain the level of attention and success that it deserves. That second rule, if applied, falsifies the stuff I said before stating the second rule. In other words, this content is not unusually good in any way, not especially insightful, or the analysis does not stand out, there's not an unusual amount of correctness, etc. So either my rule is wrong or my assessment is wrong. But I don't think that rule is wrong. I mean, I have more faith in the rule than I do in the assessment. So what's up with that? I don't know. I guess I'm overestimating the quality of my own content. I mean, granted, I'm aware that there's a varying spectrum of quality ranging from very mediocre to examples of my content that I think are the best examples of it. But if we were just to isolate out the best examples of it, I'm left with a conundrum in the sense that I'm confident what I'm saying about whatever in that example of the best of my content is new conceptually to the world, at least as I present it, or is uncommon in its articulation, such as like my stuff about evolution, or is resolutional about huge questions and conflicts, like my understanding of faith is a behavior not predicated on position statements and stuff, right? So, in the best examples of me articulating those kind of things, my assessment of those ideas is that they are powerful, new, insightful, and resolve things, and have a high level of quality that attains the standard necessary to trigger my rule, right? So what do I make of all this? I really don't know. Because when I narrow my field of analysis to the very best examples of me at my very best, and assess those things as objectively as I can, even as harshly as I possibly can, I conclude they meet the criteria necessary to trigger my universal rule. But my universal rule has not been triggered, and I still believe in my universal rule. The only thing that I can throw out there as a complication in anything would be time, except I've had 12 years. Granted, let's just, even if we're going to be, as harsh as possible in evaluation, let's just say, but the first 7 years were garbage. So only things from the last 5 years can be even considered. So you only had 5 years. 5 years is still 5 years, right? So it's hard to make the argument that the reason you fail is because you haven't had enough time, right? I had plenty of time. You might say, the reason you fail, Eric, is because you don't make enough videos like meow, right? But my point is, I make a lot of videos like this. I do live streaming all the time. And to the best of my ability to assess it, this live stream is objectively superior to every other. Maybe there's not a very big audience for live streaming, but then I would still expect me to be like, have more people here than in most other live streams. But that's absolutely not the case. So, what does one do when one's universal rule plus the data negates one's assessment? To the detriment of oneself? Well, I mean, because I'm a TI tool user, my answer is always going to be trust the universal rule, you suck, right? Or you're not quite good enough, maybe, or whatever. But my TI tool says you apply the same level of objectivity to the assessment of the media in question, or the more like the concepts in question. and the articulation thereof. I guess the point is, I'm making media, not articulations of things. And I tend to believe that my articulation of things should comprise adequate substance for media. In other words, the long and the short of all that came before this is I need to be more fancy. We're going to have to figure out how to fancy things up around here. I need to stand in front of a bunch of books. The universal rule I'm referencing is if something is truly of outstanding high quality, of outlier greatness in terms of its, well, I point to a few things, like if we limit the scope of it as much as possible. For example, my arguments on faith, God, and how being a Christian is not something that's predicated on position statements. In fact, if I could win the argument about God, then it wouldn't require faith. It's definitely that is impossible. And that we should treat faith as a behavior, not as an argument. And stop arguing about it because it's done. I also have made various other interesting observations about arguing about something's existentiality. Regardless, existence, I'm sorry. Arguing about something's existence. Anyway, I have a repertoire of good, powerful arguments that, to the best of my knowledge, are new because everybody who hears them is like, I've never heard that argument before. Some of which resolve significant questions. So I would expect the best examples of my articulation of those concept objects, according to my universal rule, if it meets the criteria of the universal rule, then it should rise to accordingly get proportional level of attention. At least among other examples of the same thing, right? So it's like if I'm the greatest highlight player in the world, I'll get a proportionally great amount of attention among highlight players. It may not generalize beyond that, right? So my point is either my assessment of the quality of the thing is wrong, or my universal rule is wrong, but I'm very confident my universal rule is not wrong. So that's why I concluded I needed to become more fancy. Because I'm making media, not explanations. It's just explanations that unfortunately make up much or most of my media. Obviously, sometimes I'm more quippy than others. Sometimes I'm more explainy than others. Sometimes I'm more complainy than others. Sometimes I'm more shamey than others. Like when Cookie Weakness came into the picture yesterday, I got in one of my more shamey streams. Because, fuck off, Cookie Weakness. Oh, I'm still alive. Quid pro quo. That's not my name. Quid pro quo. That'd be a bit of a mouthful. I'd rather be quid pro quo. Quid pro quo. That's also hard to say. Can I just be, I don't know, habeas corpus? That's easier to say. I'd rather be Queequeg. If I ask people who Queequeg is, what is your answer? Who here has an answer, and what is it? There are two acceptable right answers, but I'm curious if you know one, the other, or both. Who is Queequeg? Who is Queequeg? Winston's mom has gotten one of the two correct answers. Who is Queequeg? Queequeg. Do you accept this assessment? Your media is excellent regarding intellectual discussion, horrific regarding TFE consideration. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that assessment at all. I guess the problem then is what I'm trying to do is isolate the parts that I care about. And I mean, that was my point, is that I'm not making explanations ultimately, I'm making media. And so I have to accept that I can't just say, like, but the soup here is amazing, and expect people to eat here when the salad's terrible, the main course is terrible, the dessert is terrible, the service is terrible, and the drinks are terrible. Okay, so my assessment about my soup is correct. My universal rule is correct, but I'm shifting ground. My universal rule applies to the restaurant, not the soup. But I only like it to make a soup. I don't want to make a meatloaf sandwich. I only want to make it a soup. And just to get some meatloaf sandwich from the microwave. Let's call it Hello Fresh. Hello Fresh only has good soup. Yeah, so anyway, Dead Boy Klaus, you and I are on the same page here. That explains the apparent, but actually there is none, disparity between my assessment and my rule. All I did was shift ground a little bit. Oh, seriously, so find conundrums and paradoxes if you just equivocate on one of the terms a bit. Shame on me. That's okay. I forgive myself for that one. Where is my drink? Where is my drink? But see, KE, I don't think that's accurate in the analogy. Because, Dat Boy Klaus, I don't think that's accurate in the analogy. Because the thing is, the audience here is much more analogous to soup connoisseurs than it is analogous to the majority of the dining population, people who go out for entrees. If I were really making entrees here, then, like, if I were doing juicy, popular topics in juicy enough ways, but making some kind of aesthetic mistakes, I don't know. Probably that having a great main course like that, like, should Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift stay together? If my channel were all about things like that, and I was killing it at the same level as I'm killing it intellectually at my best moments, then I bet I could overcome that other shit. Because people go to restaurants for main courses usually, not for soups. So I get that it's kind of circular that I'm doing both directions there. Like, but my point is, I think we can trust the fact that I have such a small audience. I think we can say that the analog then has got to be something other than the main course. But this is the main course for some people, like this kind of stuff. Like Matt Dillahunty's popular, and Jordan Peterson, Sam Harris. But what they're doing is they're freezing their soup and turning it into a cold main course. or something like that. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to think of channels and any other people that are like doing what I'm doing, basically, that are equivalent to what I'm doing, except for examples of people who are trying to imitate it, but just doing it much worse, like Clubby and TP. I can't think of any. It's like, unless you're already aware of me, does are there other live streamers that do live streams like this, that they just talk about shit the whole time and then you respond to the chat, and but aren't just spewing bullshit? Oh, well, if you equate soup with your entree, that's fine. If you're such a soup connoisseur that soup is your entree, then there's no gap between us here. We're actually perfectly in agreement. And I do sometimes eat a salad as an entree. I think that's a fair number of people do. They have those big salads like chicken Caesar salad or peanut Thai salad, or I don't know, um, Mrs. Wong's Chinese chicken salad, this kind of thing. And they come like you get a big ass bowl of it. Sometimes I get one of those as an entree. If I'm really in the mood for salad, every once in a while. Well, there was a salad I liked at only place in town in Sierra Madre. I forget what it was called, but it had little pieces of oranges in it and walnuts. It was delicious. Eric, you getting a little... I can't see what's behind the heart. This freaking heart thing is super annoying. Eric, you getting a little hang-uppy? A little stream indie? I wasn't really thinking about that, actually. I'm mellowing, okay? I'm mellowing like an aging wine. So all that hyper piggity, 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 pia that was going on before, we're easing into a more mellowed Eric. Just take a nice sip of me. Let it rest on your tongue. That's mellow. Partially, I attribute my increased mellowness to Kern's guava nectar, the most delicious guava drink ever. And partially, I attribute my increased mellowness to feeling pretty good. I feel physically comfortable, emotionally comfortable. I'm not thinking or talking about real estate. I had a conversation with Rachel last night. I said, look, okay, so we need to just calm down. We had a little bit of a panic attack when we found out the news. It's fine. I want the following thing to happen. On tomorrow, which is today, I need to call David and adjust a couple of things that I told him. And then Thursday, we need to go see a couple of places. Every other day between now and December 10th, we are not paying any attention to real estate. We are focused on our Christmas party, and that's it. One of the things I need to tell David as well. I'm sorry I got a little ahead of myself because we were a little panicked. We need to slow things down just a bit. So anyway, I told her, and so far so good, because I'm excited about this Christmas party. I'm really excited to see Ruben and Acacia. I'm Excited to see my friend Dave and Cameron and Delilah, and excited to hopefully go out in a little wilderness car with some friends and possibly find a Sasquatch, possibly, I don't know, shoot a rifle, possibly discover gold. That'd be cool. Oh, look, there's a gold nugget. Let's get it. It's worth $50,000. Yay! We could split it. However many people were there. We might find ancient Indian artifacts. We could find conquistadors' helmets. If they ever got over here, who knows? We could discover that Vikings actually discovered California hundreds of years before they discovered Greenland. Good morning, Rachel Strauss. How are you, my darling? I was just explaining to everybody how excited I am for our party. And I just finished explaining, after actually living up to this whole time, that I have to call David today. We got to see those things on Thursday. Other than those two things, between now and after the Christmas party, we are not thinking or talking about real estate. Let me tell you about that moon last night. I didn't really notice it until I went out to get those cigarettes, but that was an extremely bright moon. So bright that as I was driving, on multiple occasions, the position of the car, moon, road, whatever, made me think that headlights were coming, and I turned off my brakes, only to turn the corner and realize it was just the moon. That's how bright the moon was last night. Most of the time, the moon phones it in. But at its best, the moon really shines. It's a perfect circle. It's extremely bright. It does its job of being the nighttime sun. When we got a moon, we said, it's too dark out here at night. We need a nightlight. Let's get a nice round one of it. Its brightness be, like a third of the sun, maybe a quarter of the sun. And we hide the moon. When it does its job right, when it tries, like last night, it does its job brilliantly. But it is so entitled, such a shitty employee, that it only does its job 2 days a month. Well, last night it was on, though. It was on. It was like, look at me shine. I must have just gotten this new bottle of Adderall. Yeah. Yesterday was Chinese New Year. That's why the light reflection was extra intense. Chinese New Year, huh? Prima donna, more like a KE. In a recent poll, over 95% of people voted the moon to be the biggest prima donna in the celestial showcase. Eric, I just had a green drink and now I'm going to have mushroom coffee. Am I wasting your time? Yes or no? Are you thirsty? If you are thirsty, then no, you are not wasting your time. If you are thirsty and you like the taste of green drink and mushroom coffee, then those are perfectly wise things to do. Good job hydrating yourself with drinks you enjoy. I thought that was Venus. Venus is a prima donna too. Um, Jupiter obviously looms large in the celestial walk of fame. Kind of a show off. But Skylab is like doing Mercury's job in Greek mythology more than Mercury did. We saw Skylab. I've seen it twice. Not Skylab. Yeah, that was called? No, Skylink. Starlink. Starlink. That's what it's called. I've seen it twice. Moving across the skies. This long line of little blue dots. It's crazy. I'm not body shaming Jupiter. I'm just saying, we get it, Jupiter. You're plus size, you're talented. What's that lady's name? For some reason, I want to call her Lijo, but I was saying I'm talking about Lijo. That lady who sings that Minnesota Vikings song. What's that lady's name? The lady who sings the song about having a new guy in the Minnesota Vikings. Lizzo, right. Jupiter is the Lizzo of the Celestial Walk of Fame. Not Lijo, Lizzo. And I'm not body shaming Jupiter. I'm instead, I guess, show off shaming. Learn to quiet flex, okay? If you're down with the youths, if you're down with the youth, you understand the best flex is a quiet flex. Okay? Yeah, Jupiter's quite bossy. You know, people talk about Saturn's rings. Let's talk about Jupiter's moons. Could anybody need more of an entourage? One of them, I think it's Europa, has an eating disorder. This purported, you know, proud proponent of everyone's beautiful. Europa has an eating disorder. It's always spewing things out from its atmosphere. Why? Because Jupiter is constantly telling it needs to lose weight. I know. Europa's sweet. Europa's about as hot as you get. She's perfect. She's not need to lose weight, but Jupiter's jealous and also Europa's boss. So Jupiter's constantly telling Europa that her job supposedly requires her to be rail thin. Well, Lizzo got unmasked as the self-entitled hypocrite she apparently is. So, unfortunately, that kind of hypocrisy ain't gonna fly. Mm-mm. But of course, what's important to note is that where she's been artistically successful, I only know one of her songs that's good, but it is undeniably a great song. It's fantastic. It's a good one. But you know, obviously let's all just kind of like say calming things when we're talking to Neptune. Neptune's always feeling a little depressed, and there have been a few instances of idle ideation, you know. So, come on, guys, go. Hey, Neptune, hi, how you doing? Looking kind of blue. Yeah, it's fine. Good question, show me, dear. I would say replace Winnie the Pooh with Eeyore, though, okay? Since we're talking about Neptune, who's a lot like Eeyore. She has this older song called Where the Hell My Phone, or something like that. It's pretty funny. I'll have to check it out. I'm always down for a great track. I don't care about the person who made it, right? It's like, if shit's good, it's good. Even if that person who made it turns out later, you find out, they're a scumbag, it doesn't make the media they made bad. I need to find a new Chinese web novel to read. Did K.E. answer the question? Would she have a threesome with Frank James and Eeyore? All right. Then let me ask you a simpler question. Would you sleep with Eeyore? K.E. Pretend you're on a date with Eeyore. I'll be Eeyore. I know. Nobody likes being with me. Turn on for you? Or what? You don't know who Eeyore is? How can you not know who Eeyore is? He's Winnie the Pooh and Piglet's depressed friend. That'll never work. I'm just gonna stand over here and brood. Everybody, can we please all point at KE and join me in the following chant? Doesn't know Winnie the Pooh, what is wrong with you? Doesn't know Winnie the Pooh, what is wrong with you? Seriously, KE, how can you not know Winnie the Pooh? You know, little bear, pot of honey, Tigger, Piglet, who's always scared of everything, you know? Christopher Robin, who doesn't seem to play much of a role in the whole thing. I got out of court on probation soon, but no jail, so that's cool. Excellent. Did you say all the things that I said to say? It would take Eeyore a half hour to realize he's getting a blowjob because he's so numb. Oh, it feels like you're touching my penis. I'm going to take KE's silence to be a no to the question, does she find that a turn on? Ew, don't ask someone that. If they find Eeyore a turn on, I think it's pretty safe to ask someone if they are turned on by Eeyore. I'm confident most of us, almost all of us, will say no. Here I am. If in fact you think I should not ask someone whether they're turned on by Eeyore, I'm thinking you are the exception, and you are somebody who is turned on by Eeyore and are afraid I'm going to ask you, and you're going to have to admit it. You're the only one allowed to be depressed in your relationships. Okay, good to know. Everybody out there, keep that in mind if you go out with KE. And then somebody has this horrible thing to say to Eeyore. It's your fault, Eeyore. You've never been to see any of us. You just stay here in this one corner of the forest, waiting for the others to come to you. Uh, thanks. I wasn't feeling bad enough already. What a horrible thing to say to poor Eeyore. Couldn't you encourage Eeyore to come join you without blaming him? He's already depressed. Well, I guess that would depend, Lou, on who it is doing the allowing. Sounds like it's Kay doing the allowing. So, in that instance, she runs the risk of a disobedient significant other who does what they are not allowed to do. I say no to depression, yes to sadness. Good for you. Good for you. I think I was depressed a little bit in college. There was a period of time in college when I was sleeping a lot, like as an escapist thing. I didn't recognize it as anything of the sort at the time, but I think I was depressed. But, it was better than being oppressed or repressed. Also, substantially better than being compressed. So I can't complain. Less good than just being undressed. Fair points, Joe. Fair points. Winnie has a bigger ass. Well, I tell you, you want to know a trick when you're hanging out with Winnie the Pooh? Dip your penis in honey. Honey. I wish I could do a good Winnie the Pooh impression. I remember Paddington Bear, of course. I liked Paddington Bear. I was, 17, 18 years old, and I began reading, starting with Paddington Bear kind of stuff. I really liked it. Clorox. I'm over here, Diamond. Huff me. I, I'm over here, name. Huff me is a good sentence. I'm over here, Rachel. Huff me. Hmm. Well, it might be a little safer at that boy Klaus because Winnie the Pooh doesn't, you can't really see it in the cartoon, but he does have very sharp bear teeth. And he does have a propensity for chewing his honey. Who doesn't? Who doesn't like to chew their honey? You know? Tells how he was terrible. Thanks, Rachel. If you got to do one or the other, I'd rather you huff me than boof me. I guess the reason I found it so loathsome is because there's almost no words in it. Why would you bother making something without words? What is this, a painting? just got a notification for a flow state thing. Huh, you and I said it at the same time. Everybody choose honey? Do they? What if they purchased unchewable honey? That's the whole point of unchewable honey, is that you can't chew it. Like, think about it that way, Klaus. When you put honey in your tea, do you chew your tea? No. Therefore, you don't chew honey. When you think about that reasoning, pretty good, huh? I wish they'd make a guitar that would just permanently stay in tune. It's like, I thought we had like technology and shit. What's up with that? Should have a guitar that keeps itself in tune. It doesn't have to permanently stay in tune. It should have a little robot that tunes these in an ongoing way to keep them right at tune, you know? Little tuning robot, tune my guitar, crawl around up there, turning and czar, until everything is exactly the right pitch and note. Little tuning robot would be a a good thing to add to a guitar. It's a good idea. The guitar that tunes itself on an ongoing basis. If you could invent such a thing, oh fuck. I turned the wrong one. I have to do G again. Okay. Hopefully this is in 10. Oh, yeah. That's like a long time. Is the anime on Crunchyroll? No, I don't think so. It dates back probably to the 80s. They do have some extremely old anime on Crunchyroll, such as Chargeman Ken. I'm not sure when that dates back to, but it looks like the 70s or 80s. I'm not sure. Fuckers can't just not tell me who won. Which show are you talking about? And the wizards walked the land. Doesn't it sound like that kind of a chord? This one Actually, it sounds like Tom Petty played with this. Yeah, it's like. Nah. I don't know. Anyway, it's a chord. It's a chord on the guitar. This is not an anime, K.E. This is a live action television program created by artificial intelligence. Because the AI said, this is what people want. Like this. Oh! And it was right. Alright, I don't know even why I picked up this guitar. But I guess I will play something on it. Oh, I know. I don't know if Ruben's still here, but I'll record. What is wrong? Do I have this tuned wrong? No wonder it sounded so weird. There. Finally, I'm done. Okay. X Bomber? Well, maybe you should read the manga. The manga probably has the answer for you. So this song is C sharp 7 is the starting chord on it. I guess you call it C sharp 7. It's a C7 moved up to here. This should be timestamped for Ruben. This is just for Ruben. I don't think he's here, but he wanted to know the chords to this. C sharp 7. Gerald has a thought. F minor, F sharp minor. Gerald has a lot. C sharp 7, F sharp minor, back and forth, right? Gerald has a thought. Plot to get to Marjorie's tater tots. And then he's got a D idea for an C. D idea for an A changing business. C sharp 7, and that's F sharp minor. Then to E, and call his C sharp 7. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough. F sharp minor, C sharp 7. F sharp minor, C sharp 7, F sharp minor. But he's F sharp minor, C sharp 7. F minor, C sharp 7. F minor, C sharp 7, yeah. Then we go back to D, then back to A with the C sharp 7 in the F minor way, and to E, and then to C sharp 7 again. Then up to D, and then to A, and then to C sharp itself, then to D, then to D, and then to A, and C sharp again, and then to D, and D, 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 A, F sharp minor, C sharp and D, then to C sharp 7. But the bridge goes to E, and then C sharp 7 and F sharp minor 1, D, and to E, and to A, E, A, D, E, C sharp 7 again, F sharp minor, then D, then to A, then to B, then C sharp 7. Gerald has an F sharp minor. Gerald has an F sharp minor, C sharp 7. Gerald has an F sharp minor. Forget the margarines, F sharp minor. And then to D and to A, and then to C sharp 7 F minor way, and E, C sharp 7, cause Gerald has a F. And that's how you play that song. Okay, Ruben? That's how you play it. Just like that. What I'm gonna play right now is a song called what is it called? It's called word something. I don't know. Something about has titles made of words, either one or more words. Let's see. I don't really know what it is called, but we will find out. Set list Bobette list. It's called Sammy. I'll play this song. Could also be called Way Too Young. Where's the meow over here? Oh, there it is. Just right like a little bit less than that. So close. Fit. Okay, show me the things. Fine. Fine. Show it to me. Not that one. Where's escape? It's that one. Okay. Escape. Show me the things. Show me. Full screen. There. Perfect. It worked this time. I don't know why. Here we go. Playing a song. Ready for you. Ready for me. Sammy has a story that need be told. This is a song for an open road, and such a thing must always do its job. She married up Jeb, turned 19, 4 years and 3 kids, went weary now and questioning the path. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The agency conferred is really just depression, making sure those underneath them always run. Doug at 20 thought bourbon fun, and likewise Doug at 21, and so forth, well up into middle age. Once it seemed to set him free, became his whole identity. Now Doug's about another drunken rage. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is really just depression. Offer ill incentives, but they haven't got a thing that's fun. Everybody's panicked out, the kids. Ooh, ah, lock 'em up with extra dexedrine. Ooh, ah, mathematics to produce success, or impose more unjust duress. Agency out pace is discretion. Locking in our courses. Way too young. The urgency conferred is really just depression. Making sure those underneath them always run. Without consent, it's really just depression. By parasites surviving on their wages earned by lying. While they feed their fear is dying. Yeah, they feed upon the futures of the young. That's pretty good. Sometimes I am pretty good, and that's pretty good indeed. Better than terrible, mediocre, bad, or other kinds of things I could be. What am I looking for? All right, I don't know. The other song in D minor that I wanted to play, which is this one. I don't play the song that often, but I think it's a good song. Okay, here we go. No good comes from skating on with them whom you'd mistaken for the one. Habituated defense and indecency, self-inflicted eventually once you search you've done. Driving in the car last night, we had a massive fight. Each insisting we were right and the other one to blame. So when you pulled that stunt, I screamed something awfully blunt. My words as wrong as they were dumb, and I dared my share of shame. It's each of our own failings, not us doing the nailing to the wall. We fear so the others sailing off to reset their life and all. You can trust me, I can trust you, though neither trust ourselves much true. The love lies deep between you and me, at least about that we should both agree. Driving in the car last night, we had a massive fight. Each insisting we were right and the other one to blame. So when you pulled that stunt, I screamed, you're a worthless cunt. My words as wrong as they were dumb, and I've earned my share of shame. My share of shame. I want to in general start playing that more because I don't play that great because I don't play that often and I could play better, you know. But not terrible. Just kind of maybe I'm terrible. Alright, you don't have to scroll down a lot in this song. It's fine. Just brooding here won't do any good, but brooding's more and more my style. I seek the cheer ways of standing where we stood, 'cause I've been stuck here a while. And that's despite a natural selfishness that makes it easy to have fun. But flutters in the gut and come a fist as all my visions come undone. I tried to string, distract, and dream the afternoon away, but Having new reality bear down on every day, and for a bit I am out of it. For reasons still unsaid, and I'm breathing out of it. What's inside my head? Scrolling down scroll, oh scrolling down scroll, oh scrolling down to say that it seems like everybody's so sensitive and ready to just get mad. I seek the simple ways of living like a kid, 'cause who wants to be the dad? Have we lost our sense of scope and scale? Our capacity to laugh? The sense to know when not to wail and how to tip the golden calf? I tried to spend distractions in the afternoon away, but heavy new reality bear down on every day, and for a bit I am out of it. For reasons still unsaid, but still I need get out of me what's inside my head. And then it's time to scroll, and then it's time to scroll, and still I'm sad, so sad for me, sad for her, I'm happily, and what you call sorrow, I call home. Blues that sink clear down to the bone, down to the bone. Still I'm sad, so sad for me, so sad for her, I'm happily, and what you call sorrow, I call home. Blues that sink clear down to the bone. Clear down. All right. Now we're going to play a Godly Weatherman. Because we're in a playing mood, I guess. We're in a playing mood, I guess. Otherwise, what would this dude best be doing something other than this? Oh, that's small. It's fine, Blindy, you're fine. I'm complaining about being blind. Quit your bitching and read it anyway. You're living on a time frame I will never know. Alienation and humanity's soul. Imagine you a future after the collapse, returning to the urgency of isolated past. Picturing community free of metaphysics, and you're hunting buffalo while you're picking red delicious. Knowledge of the seasons, wisdoms of old. Fires burning in the night to keep away the cold. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an agave weatherman. Imagining a history that never could have been. You lecture at the college, advancement is a sin. Lamenting disconnection in every corporate act. Just hurting all your feelings and ignoring all the facts. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an agave weatherman. You find modernity just so banal. Wish you had been born any time but now, and you're experience won't run afoul of exceptions that you might allow. You visualize nobility sipping on some port, or tribes of peaceful savages in beautiful comport. But few of history's people ever vastly did cavort, 'cause life was solitary, nasty, brutish, poor, and short. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an ungodly weatherman. Hostility is kept at bay, hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way, by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an ungodly weatherman. With an ungodly weatherman. Some of that was good, some of that was not good. It was a mixed bag. Played it slower than I usually do, which I kind of liked, but I also kind of changed tempo a lot, which I don't really like that much. Alright, fine. You asked for it, you got it. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, and such a fabulous offering. And now it's wonderful kitty petting time again. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time, and wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. But your wonderful kitty is a fabulousness I've never encountered before. And I know that I want to pet my kitty some more. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time, hooray. That's called Wonderful, Wonderful Kitty. And it's a song I wrote about my cat Capilla, because she's such a wonderful kitty. Alright, one more. One more, and then we're going to probably call it a day here. Oh, well, he's pucker tart, lemon squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, and it will be a while till he sees you again. He's pucker tart, lemon squeeze, he's a friend to you and me. International delights, favorite go-to right-hand guy. He's international like him, and also busy like his friend the beaver bee. Busiest creature, busy as a bee and busy as a beaver, and so much busier than pucker tart lemon squeeze. 'Cause he's pucker tart lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da-ba-ba-doo-da. Pucker tart lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da. Yes, he's pucker tart lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da-ba-ba-doo-da. Pucker tart lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-day. And if you go to visit him for starts, remember to bring something sour or tart. He's not a fan of sugary treats because he's pucker tart and not pucker sweet. Well, he's pucker tart, lemon, and you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, so it will be a while till you see him again. Pucker tart. Well, I kind of fucked it up, but story of my life. Story of my life. I'm constantly fucking up. What now? Why? I don't know. Perhaps you do. If it were you, then it's my shoe. I got the wrong shoe. That's why I fuck up. Watch me do it one more time. Yup, yup, yup. Here we go. Amelia, go from that place. Take unto you the details of your case. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you then, moving sideways in the space you're in, and staring sidelong with that thirsty grin? Amelia, can't you see, you and I will never be. Amelia, yet you're still free, with too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Amelia, Amelia, we're watching you, fell for sure, no matter what we do. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you then, moving sideways in the space you're in, and staring sidelong with your thirsty grin? Amelia, can't you see that you and I will never be? Amelia, yet you're still free, with too much opportunity to leave out in the, too much opportunity to leave out in the, too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Amelia. That was pretty good. One of the better times I played that, really. I normally struggle with that a little bit. I'm feeling kinda on. Kinda on like blonde. Let's see if we can play this one. Oh, he came here with her. Oh, he came here with her. And what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure that not appropriate blaming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you reframing for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Yeah, you guys both have lots invested. That's not a reason to stay around. time to move up, find higher ground. Oh, he came here with her, and what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you refraining for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Be done with him. Well, that was nice. Good practice. Good to practice these things for me. Even though I play them a million times, my SI fourth isn't good at retention. And most importantly, no matter how much you play a song, it is hard to get it perfect. Music's just hard. Hard like my life on the Chain Gang. You guys remember back when I was working on the Chain Gang? I think I was still live streaming then, but I'm not entirely sure. If Jesus were people but absent of sin, he must then have struggled with regular men and women, of course, when they too were present. Disciples all warily eyeing the lesson. If people were Jesus, they'd know as they think, and everyone's work would be true. And feelings once spoken would sit where they sink, and we'd all know just what to do. But people aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. The easy food forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. The one you thought you knew acts like you never have met. The life you made for two has faded into regret. There's no one unshaken, we all have been shook. But being forsaken don't mean you're forsook. And though in the past we've been hung out to dry, we'll find them at last if we're willing to try. But people aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. The easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. People aren't Jesus at all. People aren't Jesus people. And nativity has a lot of spelling. The new ending to that song. In other words, I fucked it up. I tried to go back to the beginning of the chorus to repeat it again in a higher octave, but I didn't know this, but the end of the chorus doesn't go back into the beginning of the chorus. It just, you're supposed to go back to G, and it just doesn't. So, it goes to C here instead. So, that's the idea. Nix that idea, if I can remember for future reference. Alright, well, I will play now this song that objectively really requires two people. But I'm going to try to play it anyway. In order to do that, I'm going to play it a little bit slower than I might. Real full screen. See if I can play it a little slower and play it a little better and cleaner. What's the matter with Chad? Is he terribly bad? Is he very like Dan, who's a terrible man? Is he sort of like Jill, who can't pay her bill? Or rather like Jack, too stuck on the facts? What's the matter with Sue? Will she know what to do if they bring attitude? Will she show ingenuity? Talks about you whenever we go walking. What's the matter with Bryn? She's been living in since she's been hanging with Jim, who's looking terribly thin. The deal with Frank, stealing fish from my tank. He's colluding with you, and they're talking to Lou. What's wrong with the ladies? What's the matter with men? From the feelings of Katie to the coldness of Sven. They talk about you whenever we go walking. Paths that lead to lesser days, paths that lead to lesser days. Spill out the overwater, still spill out the overwatered path. Ever's left, it's still okay. Just tie the sails to the mast. Are you angry at Ken or at Neville again? Don't bother with Kev, he's practically dead. Just focus on Bert, he's medium hurt. What's the quandary for Liz? Did she fail a quiz? What's the matter with Drew? Will she know what to do if they bring attitude? Will she show ingenuity? She talks about you whenever we go walking. Paths that lead to lesser days, still spill out the overwatered past. And whoever's left, that's still okay. Just tie the sails to the mast. 'Cause each of us has much and gravely sinned. Throw up the hands, stiffen the chin. Catastrophe looms heavy overhead again. Time's gone will never be again. Thanks, Rachel. You know, it's like I played a couple parts of that song well, a couple parts were poorly, but the thing that stuck out to me is, boy, I really loved playing the chorus there at the end, and that kind of like a swing way a little bit. It's empowered by doing it a little slower, you know. Paths that lead to lesser days, at the overwatered past, and to whoever's left, it's still okay. Just tie the sails to the mast. It's a well-written chorus, you know. It really, it's got a lot of melody to it. It makes me happy. Like, the slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. And then is headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground, enemy ground. That part of that song, which I don't know how to play, I really like that. Got good melody to it. It makes me go like this, like that, a lot. Okay, I guess I am gonna play one more song. This is a good ending song anyway. If you like ending on a sad note. Or like, reflective about existence kind of a note. Every life lived reaches the time when the road splits in two. There are times, hard times, times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches a time when the road comes to an end. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and my satchel. Now nothing but bones. Yeah, that satchel always home. Satchel of helpful goods. 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 Good night, everybody. I love you all. Thank you so much. Thank you. Have a blessed night. I've been Eric. We've been talking with deaf people. I want to thank you so much for coming out to the show. We don't do encores because we ran out of songs. We played them all. I don't have any more songs I know to play. So that's it. Deal with it. Alright, if you're drunk, try not to drive home. With you driving, ideally. But also, good job getting drunk at this show. I want to commend you for that. If you're on other drugs, please see me backstage after the show. Everybody else, good night. Have a great evening. We love you, like I said. I have long goodbyes. I'm sorry about that. You can go ahead and start filing that at any time now. I'll continue listing things that I might have forgotten to say to you. I know it's Tuesday, so Tuesday's the worst day ever, so a special thanks for you coming out on Tuesday, because everyone knows Tuesdays suck. I hope it didn't make this show suck with its Tuesdayness too much. Eric, everybody's left the auditorium already. I know, I'm just not done talking. Somebody's writing this down, right? I hope so. I should hope so. It's not every day that you get to hear Eric talk about things. The opportunity to hear this man speak, I just thought to myself, how did I get so lucky? And this is one of the least accessible people in the world. He is the J.D. Salinger of Greta Garbo's. And I was privileged enough to be here, invited to hear him speak about various things after he played the guitar. Was my mind blown? Well, put it this way, it was too blown for me to answer that question. Did it change my life? I mean, he's no Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Kazaquo, but yes. For those of you who want to get in touch with Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Kazaquo, he has authorized me as a go-between, but I told him I don't really want to convey messages to you. Can you just take people's messages directly? He just screamed that I was a crawling cub. Told me to go ahead and waste my life, you know. Anyway, that's why I'm standing here. I told to stay right here and make sure nobody disturbs Dr. Kazaquo inside. He's purportedly with a patient, but I think he's just rifling through our liquor cabinet. Sometimes when Dr. Kazaquo says he's sprinting with the wolves, I'm pretty sure he just means he's drunk. My hands on your life. I'm here to teach you how to live your life. Number one, you're doing it wrong. I'm here to teach you how to live your life. Number two, you're doing it wrong. It's your fault, you're doing it wrong. You need to learn what I've got in the song. I've got words of advice for you. What are your words of advice for me? Stop crawling like a cub. All right, I can't believe I spent all this time live streaming, accomplished absolutely nothing, and but I did accomplish one thing. By and large, I have successfully avoided thinking or talking about real estate, and that counts for something, because neither you nor I want to be doing that. One of the problems with talking and thinking about real estate is it makes me feel like an unnatural woman. Then I got to use Summer's Eve by Massengale. When it comes to fruit, you've got green, ripe, very ripe, and Massengale. It's the least fresh of all your produce. I mean, the point isn't that Massengale is unfresh. Rather, the fruit is so unfresh that it needs Massengale. The only problem is you can't figure out where its hole is without puncturing its rind. I think I'd like to start referring to my skin as my rind. Yeah, I scraped my rind right here. Hurts a little bit. My rind is the protective layer that prevents birds from pecking the delicious fruit within. And that's my biggest secret, is that unlike most people, underneath my skin is nothing but the delicious, juicy flesh of an orange. I've always been afraid that if people knew, they'd cut me into slices and serve me at halftime during soccer games. It's been a phobia of mine since childhood. You know, I always passed, as they say. You know, I always pretended to be the most enthusiastic eater of orange slices, when really, I knew it was cannibalism. Anyhow, it is noon 30, huh? That's pretty late in the day. It's pretty late for a little Eric. So I think I'm gonna, orange peel is good in whiskey, but that's not a flavor I can enjoy any longer. I do sometimes that, boy Klaus. That's when I reach into my closet and pull out one of my lifetime supply of Summer's Eve by Massengale. And I'm not quite sure how it's supposed to work, so I just pour it on my head. Figure that'll do something, you know. Same way I brush my teeth. I just take that toothpaste, just put it in my mouth and swallow it. Hence my teeth, you know. Because nobody ever explained it to me, and I can't figure it out. I can figure out mouthwash. I get a small sponge from the kitchen, I soak it with mouthwash, and I wash the inside of my mouth with it like that. I could figure that one out from the name. Toothbrush, yeah, I get that this is a brush. You've designated a toothbrush, but I have no idea what to do with it, obviously. You have to be more specific in your naming. Like, for a long time, I thought you were supposed to put the can on top of the trash. I should have called it a can trash, not a trash can. Otherwise, naturally, people are going to be confused. Like Rachel, we both used to put all the dishes in the washing machine because it didn't specify what it was supposed to wash. It just indicates, therefore, that you could wash anything in there. We broke so many glasses, so many plates, before we finally figured out the name of the thing in the kitchen is a dishwasher. So we started putting the dishes in there. Now we just wash things like say, I don't know, like this basket, things like that in the washing machine. I don't know what else we're supposed to put in there. We haven't figured that out yet. The dryer we get. After I take a shower, I climb in the dryer. Rachel pushes the thing. I dry off. Then I get out. She gets in. I push the thing. She dries off. It's I don't understand why they didn't make it more comfortable. It's a tight squeeze. There's these little ridges in there that like bounce you around. I hurt my back the other day doing that. But it does get you dry pretty quick. It's hot in there. Real hot. So, anyway, we also have a trash compactor. Not sure what that does. At first I thought it was a trash contractor. I wasn't sure what that was either. It was like somebody who builds trash. And that's compactor. Something that turns something into a makeup compact, I guess. I'm not sure. I don't know how we turn trash into a makeup compact, but I guess that must be what it does. We've never tried using it before. We've lived here this whole time. We've never once tried to use it. You looked all over the microwave for the tiny gnats really trying to say hi to you. Well, you know what our microwave says? It says, if you don't have the clock set, it says, press clock. Press clock. Makes you set the clock. Forces you to. What I discovered the other day is when you put your oven on clean, then once you turn it off of clean, it will not let you open the oven door until it's cooled down a certain amount. Like, what's up with that? Let me make my own decisions, please, oven. Well, it's thinking about the clock thing on the microwave is it wouldn't be annoying, except we have frequent power outages. So we frequently have to reset all the clocks in there. But what else? You know, if that's a big complaint, then you are spending too much time complaining. So I have my ears just says 000. Well, that just means that it's letting you know, really, time is an illusion. You decide what time it is. I agree with that. This is my glasses fob. But I just cannot seem to keep a string tied to here and here. These ones I haven't misplaced yet. The orange seems to be working out. It has the same purpose as an orange safety cone. It's supposed to draw the eye, make it more difficult to lose. The problem I was having a lot of times was my black glasses, especially at night when there's a light in here, they just blend right into this black thing. Sometimes they're on and I don't even see them, you know. I'm wondering if we should try to use the trash compactor once before we leave this house. We'd have to get a trash compactor bags. I think you have to have special bags for it. I'm not sure. But, yeah. If you were going to carry your own trash to the dump, then a trash compactor is a very good idea to have one. If you have trash service like we do, I don't think they used to have trash service out here, but now they do. When these people built this house, they probably had to compact their trash and carry it to the dump themselves. But I just have a preference for bigger trash. I don't like it compacted. For the same reason I don't like bouillon cubes. They're too intensely distilled. Okay, enough nonsense from Eric. This has been a 7-hour live stream. I think that's enough for anybody's appetite. I'm glad you're full. If you're not, you're nuts. I love you all very much. Thank you for being here.